Wes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, looks like we're going to be about a 30-minute delay until chairman gets here. 10 minutes. Oh, 10 minutes, okay? So get a cup of coffee and do whatever you got to do.
Yeah, I talked to Mark a few minutes ago. So if you guys want to get started, we can go ahead and do that, or we can wait for Mark to get here. Whatever everybody prefers to do.
Test, test.
Mark's message was to ask that we wait, but whatever.
Okay, that's fine with me. I happen to know where my coffee pot is. There we go.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. Not so much. We've had a couple of issues this morning. I appreciate your indulgence and your patience. I know that it was interesting. I had finally, both of my cars are impacted by the snow, couldn't get them out this morning. And so I had called a neighbor to get assistance with a ride this morning, and he was so gracious to come up and get me. In that process, I was trying to call Commissioner Rice Vice Chair Rice to let him know I was going to be delayed at the meeting. And our phones were going back and forth because he was trying to call me to say that he was impacted as well and unable to get out of his driveway this morning. So anyways, once again, I appreciate your indulgence and the delay. So, and as I understand it, we haven't done anything yet. So with that, I'll at this time call to order the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners meeting for January 19, 2023. All 5 commissioners are now present and or at least online with Vice Chair Rice. And so I would ask you at this time to remove your hats, stand, and I will be leading the Pledge of Allegiance. And I can actually kind of do that up. So, let's see there. So please join me in saluting the flag of the greatest nation on earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm noticing that the clock over here behind Sheriff Coverly is probably from when this building first opened, but it's running about 4 hours late, or 4 hours fast, I guess. So please, those of you in the public, please don't pay attention to that clock. We'll be operating pretty much by that clock in my computer. So at this time, we'll have public comment. Okay. Okay, public comment is limited 3 minutes per speaker. Oh, and Commissioner Noasad, would you graciously do the timer? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You'll see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light, which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified as for possible action, then we ask you to please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. I ask you to also please silence all your electronic devices, and when you approach the podium, we ask you to sign your name, print your name so that we can get it into the records correctly and state your name. Your time will begin once you just after you state your name. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Is there any public comment here in chambers?
Elizabeth Learnhardt. I'm here to speak about the NDOT's Highway 50 lane reduction agenda. Paradise Revisited, ? The campfire happened in 2018, 2 years after the town of Paradise decided to reduce their main access road from a 4-lane to a 2-lane highway. They did this against severe concerns of concerned citizens and at the backdrop of a previous fire. all to increase the green alternative modes of transportation, such as bike lanes and pedestrian zones, and to increase commerce. 87 locals were overtaken by the fire, racing faster than they could evacuate on their cars. The East Shore Development Plan by NDOT and TRPA is exactly the same folly. They have very limited data to support the feasibility of their proposal, which includes a 10-foot bike lane and pedestrian lanes. Unfortunately, once Highway 50 has been repurposed, which will happen due to the restriping and resurfacing next year, I don't believe they ever will change back. So despite their so-called outreach programs, they do not include the local residents' wishes for a safer road. NDOT claims that their plan addresses safety, but what it does is create user conflict between motor vehicles and bikes. Since the majority of accidents happen due to lane change and turning procedures, it would be logical to use some of the extra width of the lanes for center divider and turning lanes and preserve the 4 lanes, although narrowing them to slow down the traffic. There's plenty of public land to accommodate bike lanes, and I'm not against bike lanes, but they need to be put away from the busy highways in a more recreational setting similar to the Sand Harbor Path. Although the NDOT and Governor Lombardo ultimately make the decision over federal highways, the Douglas County Board of Commissioners was able to stop this project in 2017 when it was first proposed by NDOT. Several individual commissioners have voiced their objection to this project. It is time for the Board of Commissioners to get on record and stop the woke road diet in the interest of the local residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonhardt. Is there additional public comment here in chambers?
Good morning, Jennifer Glick Miller. Okay, my name is Jennifer Glick Miller. I was born and raised here in Douglas County. My family has been serving this county alongside my husband, who's Sergeant Ron Miller, the Sheriff's Office for the last 20 years. 20 years ago, DCSO had the highest reputation and had the most elite team of law enforcement personnel. If there were 10 openings, there'd be hundreds of applicants. Our county was policed and patrolled to the nth degree and allowed Douglas County to have this reputation of greatness, not only for the Douglas County personnel and their families, but for citizens in the community. Douglas County was a place to live and raise your family. Now, as you have read, we are losing new hires at a record rate, and they are not the caliber that was once applying here. In past commissioner meetings, there has been statements to the effect that DCSO personnel needs to appreciate the views of the valley, and that's their compensation for working here. That is the most disturbing and absolute nonsensical idea to ever be spoken. Crime is here, and it's getting worse. It doesn't care, and it's truly happy when deputies leave. We've had 2 officer-involved shootings within the last 3 years. One of those shootings was my husband getting shot. We had a fentanyl exposure that could have resulted in 5 officer deaths. The California crime is coming, and there's no stopping it, unless you have an elite, well-compensated law enforcement personnel. Why is this elected board and the human resource manager, Wendy Lane, completely against the increase in pay for DCSO? Your duties, according to the county website, include to maintain financial stability by overseeing the county budget process and allocations. It says nowhere in your duties to be selective of who gets allocations. It says nowhere to fight against the local law enforcement agency by hiring a lawyer and paying over $50,000 in the process. What is happening is wrong, and you all know it. As of today, we've lost 43 deputies. Currently, a DCSO deputy can go to Carson City Sheriff's Office and make 20% more. Reno Police Department make 47% more. What an embarrassment. We have a county budget that can allow for much more than a 9% raise. In fact, December 2022 agenda asked to roll over more than $50 million into the new year. Allowing a 9% raise takes us out at the 1980 salaries and allows us to almost be competitive and almost regain the greatness of DCSO that we once had. We need a public and written explanation from the county commissioners and county manager, Patrick Cates. In closing, this board's actions speak louder than your words. We as a collective Blue Flame don't understand why is 9% such a big deal. Why are you paying over $50,000 to fight our sheriff's office, their deputies, and us, the families? I have never, in the 20 years of my being an LEO wife, seen this Board of Commissioners fight so hard to not support our sheriff's office and us, the families, for a pay increase to keep qualified and elite personnel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Additional for public comment?
Good morning. My name is Beth Wallace, and I'm a 10-year resident of Zephyr Heights. I have addressed this board before, and I've sent all of you emails and submitted public comments. Well, I'm here again, and I would like to go again on record encouraging the board to put the issue of the US 50 East Shore Corridor Management Plan on an upcoming agenda, specifically the issue of lane reduction. As a faithful participant in all of the outreach sessions hosted by the DOT, and I went to all of them, for all of our local residents, I did not see or hear any support of lane reduction along our stretch of highway. All of us recognize the need for improvements, turn lanes, off-highway parking, speed limit enforcement, transit opportunities, but we do not support any lane reductions that will compromise our safety and our enjoyment of moving freely in our community. There are thousands of your constituents along this highway. Most of us have to travel US 50 daily to our jobs, to pick up our mail. We don't have mail delivery, to visit local businesses and recreational venues. Added to this, as we all know, is the heavy use by visitors as they explore our beautiful area. I cannot even begin to imagine the congestion if we reduce lanes. I really fear for our safety if another evacuation is required. We don't have side streets or additional exits from our residences. Highway 50 is it. Gosh, haven't we all learned the last month that snow removal will be a nightmare? With our current storms and our current plowing, our lanes are already reduced. I can't imagine how this would be handled with a cement barrier between the roads and a bike walking path. I understand that you have as a board of commissioners, you don't have the formal decision-making responsibilities regarding this highway proposal. Although you do have an opportunity as our commissioners to take a strong stand on a project that a large number of your constituents do not approve. I encourage you to put this issue on an upcoming agenda for public comment, discussion, and recommendations to the DOT to explore alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment here in chambers?
Well, I appreciate these ladies' comments on the road up there, even though talking to this board half the time has just, well, go out in the street and talk. Now, last meeting, everybody was talking about transparency in this county. I told you there is none.
Excuse me, I don't believe you identified yourself, Mr. Gaines. Could you do that for the record, please?
What's that?
I don't believe you identified yourself for the record when you started. Could you do that, please?
I'm sorry, Ted Gaines. Again, I compliment the ladies for doing it, but talking to this board, you just will go out in the street. Now, we're talking about transparency here. There is none in this county. I've got items I request for that I've got absolute proof they've have and had. Some of it is Planning Commission paperwork I told our legal counsel about. Other ones they had. 37 days later, I got the paperwork when they found out I got it from somebody else. So then they sent it to me because it condemned one of their employees. What am I entitled to? Because the state law says in July 4th, 1967, you have 5 working days to get me my information. 37 days after that 5 days, I get the information. Now, there's got to be a fee against the county. Is it $1,000 a day, $500 a day? We're going to find out what it is, because I have several other requests that have never been answered yet. So I'm going to take the ones that I have proof that they hid from me, that Tom Delaire sit right here in this hallway and said was too much information leaking out of the county. You guys are getting too much information. That's our information. That's showing no transparency. What are you hiding from us? Now, I've been sick and tired of it for quite a while here. They tell me all of our inspectors are legal, they're certified. Well, if you look at the certification on inspectors, there's a residential inspection certification, and then there's a commercial certification. So obviously there's a difference between residential and commercial, or they wouldn't have the two of them. Now, our inspectors have residential certifications to look at stuff in residential buildings, homes, not commercial. Our legal counsel says, oh, they tell me they're completely certified. Why do they have a commercial certification, but yet our inspectors have gone in all these commercial buildings and doing these inspections that all these people walk into and put their life in the hands, and they have no certification for that? So don't try to tell me that they're completely certified. They're not. We've been through a thing with Title 20 in here. None of them are supposed to do electrical inspections without an electrical certification. Only one person in the county has it, and he don't go out on inspections. So the transparency in this county is going to get changed. If I have to go to court to file papers to collect my money, I'm going to get it. I told our legal counsel that. Now he talks to Tom Delaire to find out what information he gives me. He says, well, I give you everything that Tom says. Why does he have to talk to him? Why does our legal counsel have to do it in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Additional public comment?
Jim Slade. To be honest, I wasn't really all that disappointed that I wasn't reappointed to the Planning Commission. In some ways, it was somewhat of a relief. Even I get tired sometimes of banging my head against the wall. Commissioner Tarkanian, while I appreciated your support, I was dumbfounded by your statement that it was, quote, long past due to get someone from Lake Tahoe to represent the Planning Board, and for them not to have representation would be misfortunate. What research did you do to determine that there was no one from the lake on the Planning Commission? Not much, if any, it appears, since that was a demonstrably false statement. You could have spoken to any member of the Planning Commission or several people from Community Development or the County Manager's Office who could have disabused you of that false belief. Just yesterday, I was able to find Planning Commissioner Walder's address in 1 minute, flat on the county website. It is 617 Alpha Way in Zephyr Heights. That's at the lake, in case you weren't sure. Commissioner Rice, you stated, quote, I concur with Commissioner Tarkanian that it's about time we had somebody representing Lake Tahoe on this board, meaning the Planning Commission. I find it hard to believe that you, Mr. Rice, don't know that Mr. Walder lives at the lake. You know that, don't you? Obviously, you did no research either before making this false statement. It is deeply disappointing that both of you would make untrue statements on this matter, and you should both apologize to the public for doing so. Chairman Gardner, you knew the truth of the matter. Why didn't you correct the record immediately as soon as the speakers finished their comments? At a minimum, you should have corrected their false statements before any votes were taken, but you didn't. You waited until after the appointment were made to mention it, knowing that some of the commissioners may have been voting based on false premises. That, too, was disappointing. I'm not suggesting that any appointments would have necessarily ended up any differently, but to have two commissioners make demonstrably false statements and to have the chairman who knows that the statements are false not correct the record before the motions and votes are taken is deeply troubling. The public expects and deserves much better. So now you have two planning commissioners from the lake, which usually has very little growth, and that growth mainly controlled by TRPA, and which has about 10% of the population, yet two of the seven, 29% of the seats on the planning commission. Speaking of overrepresentation on the PC, you now have three members from the construction industry, a developer, a construction attorney, and one from the construction trades. So if you were looking for a docile planning commission that will go along with most recommendations for approvals from staff and will not ask the tough questions, you have likely succeeded. In the process, you have done a great disservice to the community as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Seeing none, doesn't appear so. Ms. Gil Salinas, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a few people raising their hands. Jason, do you have opening public comment? Jason, do you have public comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please state your name and we'll start your time.
Good morning, Douglas County. Jason Gibson, sole proprietor, advocate on behalf of Douglas County. We'll begin with today's date in the Natural Law Peace Planner. Thank you. Resident Moon 10, Kin 246. Just a brief recap on the last 7 days. A lot of progress happening out here. On Saturday, Gregorian, January the 14th, the Libertarian Party for Douglas County met at the Senior Center. These were the grassroots folks that put Brandon Davis on the ballot, thank God. And along with their effort, the new state of Nevada has a chairman, and the board is formulating to follow the lead of the new state of California. That's very exciting. Of course, on Tuesday, Gregorian Tuesday the 17th, that's Resident Moon 8, Kin 244. We had our Board of County Commissioners meetings where the blatant deviation from norms and procedures, unlawful maladministrative practices were placed on notice. And then yesterday, Wednesday, Gregorian January the 18th, that's Resident Moon 9. We had a very progressive meeting with our GID associates in Indian Hills, and Commissioner Tarkanian's open house casual discussion group there was a very progressive meeting. I would encourage you folks to tune into what they're doing there. They've got their priorities straight. The first thing they did was reassess the management of these storms and how the county actually functions when dealing with unprecedented space weather. I can say right here off the cuff that Indian Hills GID are light years ahead of Douglas County with regards to their priorities. We had a very progressive meeting with, or a presentation by the Forestry Department. Firewise is a new program coming forward. Fortunately, we've got some leadership in the federal government that's going to be catalyzing community cooperation, and there are grants and programs that are coming that will serve to help us be more fire ready. That's a relief. And about 60 seconds here. Just want to echo that what we're hearing today by advocates for law enforcement. We're pro law enforcement, but we also want professionalism. Recently, I discovered an article about the Antifa invasion, all those youthful protesters who came to dialogue with those militant redneck oath keepers.
So, Mr. Gibson, you have exceeded your 3 minutes, so we're going to move on to the next individual. Ms. Gil Salinas, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eunice Goselinas for the record. There is someone else. Susan, do you have opening public comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you. For the record, Susan Fisher with McDonald Carano, speaking on behalf of Nevada Housing Alliance. And I'm addressing an agenda item just in case the meeting goes long and I have to drop off before you get to this point. This is item number 1 that was pulled from the consent agenda for discussion. And this relates to the ordinance 2022-1610 to amend ordinance to allow manufactured homes to be used as accessory dwelling units, ADUs. I'm speaking in strong support of this. This is a common sense approach to allow people to have a manufactured home as an ADU as opposed to modular or site built. You already allow modular homes as an ADU, and there's no discernible difference between a modular and a manufactured home. So this is just a very positive common sense step, and I urge you to adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Ms. Gil Salinas, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no further public comment.
Okay. So apparently, Mr. Commissioner Tarkanian has something she wishes to share.
First of all, yeah, I wanted to thank everybody who came out to the town hall yesterday at the Indian Hills GID. I thought it was very productive. What I'm going to try to do in the future is go to smaller locations where I can reach more people that don't have to drive as far and speak. We're going to have smaller groups, but we get a lot done in the smaller groups. And I'll try to do one each month if I have the time. There is not a lot that I agree with Mr. Slade on, but he is 100% correct with what I stated in the meeting. I made a misstatement. I went through and looked at the applicants, not the people that are on the board, the applicants. There were 6 of them, and there was only one of the 6 that was from Lake Tahoe, and that was Mr. Bruno. I stated in my support of Mr. Bruno was I thought he gave a great presentation. I thought he had a lot of experience. I liked his ideas about open space. I thought he would be a great addition, and that Lake Tahoe should have a representation on there. I'm aware Mr. Waller is from Lake Tahoe. We've had a lot of discussions together. So I did make a misstatement, and I will issue my apology to you, Mr. Slade, although I do not apologize for voting for Mr. Bruno. I think he's going to be a great addition. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian. There were 2 issues that were brought up, and so I wanted to answer to those. Highway 50, those of you who are here in regards to Highway 50, this board is awaiting for a formal presentation by NDOT that we don't have any control over that scheduling process. So once they indicate to our county manager that they are ready to put their issue, the Highway 50 plan on our agenda, that's when it will be heard. We don't have any method of compelling them to come before us to do so. So that's what we're awaiting. So certainly we understand that it's a hot topic, especially amongst the residents in the Tahoe Basin. But we're awaiting when they indicate to us that they're going to come before us and make a presentation. That's when we and the public will be given an opportunity to weigh in on that subject and see where it goes from there. So I just want to let you know what we're doing in that regard. Unfortunately, the lady stepped out that is the wife of one of our deputies, but I just wanted to address that certainly we do appreciate every officer that we have in our Sheriff's Department, and I know that Sheriff Coverly understands that. I understand, we have Under Sheriff Ron Elgus here today, and we have Captain Mitchitarian, and I don't think there's been any questions in their minds whatsoever through this whole process before this process started of our support, heavy support, undying support of the Sheriff's Department and the officers. So we appreciate her husband's service and the sacrifice her and her family makes in regards to his service. But I can assure the community that we are working towards a resolution to the labor agreement, and we haven't been able to meet. Both sides haven't been able to come to a conclusion on that. So unfortunately, we're still in negotiations, and hopefully we can get those concluded and get these officers what we feel that, and they feel that they deserve. Okay, so it's an ongoing process, and that's, we would have loved to have settled it before the contract expired last July, and we hope that we can get that resolved shortly this year. So that's all I wanted to say about that. And I appreciate Commissioner Tarkanian's recognition of the fact that we do have a commissioner up there also already, Kirk Walder. So anyways, I just wanted to acknowledge that the other day 2 days ago when we selected that. So with that, public comment is closed, and we'll go to the approval of the agenda, and I will entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Noisette. I'm sorry. I thought you were going forward.
Okay, I move we approve the proposed agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noisette, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Is there any discussion on that? Since no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. For possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of the December 15, 2022 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. I'll entertain a motion to approve the previous minutes.
Make a motion to approve the previous minutes.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian and seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the draft minutes of the December 15, 2022 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. I do understand Commissioner Hales is probably going to recuse herself from this because she wasn't a part of that meeting, but am I reading you right?
Exactly.
Okay. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. And nays are probably one, and a recusal, or is that what it's called? Abstention. Abstention. I'm sorry, I forgot the word. It escaped my mind for a minute. So, and one extension by Commissioner Hales. Okay, so 4-0 and one abstention. Okay, thank you. At this time, then, we will recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. The county commissioners, along with the Douglas County Sheriff, serve as our Douglas County Liquor Board. So on these actions, just to remind the public, we have six votes available on this, not just 5. So item number 1 on the Douglas County Liquor Board for possible action, discussion to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for iDesi LLC, DBA Toast, represented by owner and manager Arvind Seberwal. Okay. This owner and manager has signed a waiver, I won't butcher that name a second time, signed a waiver of notice of hearing. iDesi LLC DBA Toast is located at 605 Unit 1 US Highway 50 in Zephyr Cove, Nevada, 89448. And this is being presented and brought forward by Captain Mitchitarian. Captain?
Good morning, Captain Ron Mitchitarian for the Sheriff's Office. This applicant is a new owner of this business. They've met all the requirements for the application, and the Sheriff's Office is not in objection.
Are there any questions of Captain Mitchitarian, Commissioners? Your neck of the woods, Commissioner Rice, any questions?
I have no questions, and I'm not going to try to make the motion because I can't pronounce it either.
Okay.
However, I will try if
If there's
me
no, If there's no questions by the board, we'll go to public comment on that. Are there any questions? No, okay. We'll go to public comment on this. It's for possible action. So is there any public comment regarding the approval of this liquor license for this, for DBA Toast? Any here in chambers? Sensing nobody here's chambers. Miss Gil Salinas, is there people online who wish to offer public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eunice Salinas for the record. Jason, do you have public comment?
Of course we do. Jason Gibson for the record. We have 3 liquor stores in a small community of 3,500 people here. We know that the industry is run by Hindu folks, and that's neither here nor there. But apparently, Douglas County Sheriffs and the board are going to place a 4th liquor store within a stone's throw of the other 3. Just like the record to show that on January 8th, 2023, a single vehicle rollover early Sunday morning resulted in the arrest of an off-duty Douglas County prosecutor. The collision occurred at around 1:12 a.m., Highway 395, Topsy Lane. This is one of Mark Jackson's prosecuting attorneys. Called in to see if they'd like to comment about that. They got 9 attorneys down there serving the sleepy little community, the sleepy little retirement community, 9 of them. One of them just rolled his vehicle. In the supplemental report to today's report, or today's meeting, you're going to see a bunch of statistics about the crime they're fighting, and all the statistics that outweigh the rest of the issues we're dealing with are DUIs. DUIs and intoxications from alcohol, your alcohol, liquor, cowboy industry. That's the liquor industry that is basically destroying the social fabric in my ranchos here. And we keep seeing these liquor stores coming up left and right, and hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting the hemp cannabis farmers. That drug war that you've been fighting, the one you say you have no jurisdiction over, the one that you've been banking off of since 1972 at $57 billion a year. We know what's going on. It's a conflict of interest. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you. Ms. Gil Salinas, is there any additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no further public comment.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. Are there any additional questions or comments from the board to Captain Vegetarian regarding the approval of this license? Sensing none, I'll entertain a motion to...
I'll make a motion to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for iDizzy LLC, DBA Toast. Do I need to go through the rest?
As presented.
As presented, thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Hales, to approve the on-site unrestricted liquor license for iDizzy LLC, DBA Toast as presented. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. I didn't forget you, Dan. Sheriff Copley. Okay. Item number 2 for possible action, discussion to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for Willow Bend Land Partners LLC, DBA The Pink House, represented by owner and manager Isaac Marr and owner Stephanie Mullen. Isaac Marr and Stephanie Mullen have signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Willow Bend Land Partners LLC, DBA The Pink House, is located at 193 Genoa Lane, Genoa, Nevada, 89411. Captain Vegetarian.
These are also new owners of this business, and they have completed all the requirements for the application. The sheriff's office is not in objection.
Questions of Captain Vegetarian? Commissioners? Sensing none, this item is for possible action, so we'll go to public comment on that. Is there any public comment here in chambers on this item? Sensing none, Ms. Gil Salinas, do we have any public comment online regarding item number 2?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. Okay. Anybody wish to offer a motion or have
Mr.
any
Chairman.
further questions? Commissioner Rice.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for Willow Bend Man Partners LLC doing business as the Pink House as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for Willow Bend Land Partners LLC, DBA The Pink House, represented by owner and manager Isaac Marr and owner Stephanie Mullen. They have signed a notice of waiver of notice of hearing, and they are located at 193 Genoa Lane, Genoa, Nevada 89411. Any additional comments? I would just say that these new owners, they acquired this property. The property went through extensive renovation and restoration by Miss Lois Ray and her husband Dan prior to their passing. And so an extensive remodel and investment, and then they determined that she determined that she wanted to take this out of her portfolio and sold it to these folks. And I can attest to the fact. I tried to go there just to say hello the very first night they had their grand opening. And I couldn't get in, which was really good. Okay, so I had to go somewhere else. But anyways, we have that motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Okay, so then at this time, then we'll adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. I'll entertain a motion to, yes.
I don't know the proper procedure on how this works. Normally, we have the 2-on-1 at ASTA meeting, and their county manager, Case,
Sure.
said we should do it beforehand, and I missed that opportunity, so I apologize. I have one question of clarification on the issue. Can we do that without having to pull the item, or do we have to pull the item?
You have to pull the item.
Okay, well, then I would like to pull item C.
Item. Okay. Good idea. Okay. Yeah, okay. I concur. I think there's a lot of interest in that, so I think that's important. So I'm glad you did that. So anyways, at this time then, I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar as presented minus item C, which will be moved to the administrative calendar. Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent calendar minus item C.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the consent calendar minus item C, and seconded by Commissioner Noasad. So sensing no further, is there any further, no others that you wish to?
Well, I would like to pull Q.
Q?
I'm sorry, I was a little slow on the draw there. Or I can just let me just make a comment about it, and then we can leave it on.
Okay, so we'll start over if Mr. Tarkanian is acceptable to that. Okay, is there any others that any of the commissioners wish to pull? Okay, then we need a motion to approve the consent calendar minus items C and Q.
So I'll make a motion to accept the consent calendar minus items C and Q.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the consent calendar as presented minus items C and Q, which will be placed on the administrative calendar agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Very good. So, okay. Are we good? We don't need a break? Okay, that's fine. Let's do that. Let's take can we take a break until, it's 10:54. Can we get this done by 11? Okay, we'll be back at 11. Thank you. Okay, we're going to call this meeting back to
Recording
order.
in progress.
And go to those two items that were pulled from the consent calendar. Item C, for possible action, Ben, discussion to, one, accept the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 U.S. Treasury Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds award of $686,994 to reimburse the China Spring Youth Camp for restoration of positions that were eliminated due to funding shortages during the COVID-19 public health emergency, and two, to adopt Resolution 2023-R003 augmenting Department 242's fiscal years 2022 24, so 2022 through 2024 budgets consistent with the grant award, and three, approve the addition of 6 positions for fiscal years 2022 through 2024 with an annual cost of $686,994. Assistant Director, Client Care, Supervisor, Medical Coordinator, Case Manager, and Prison Rape Elimination Act PREA, dorm manager. No funding match is required. This is being presented by our director of the camp, Wendy Garrison, and I believe it looks like Patrick Cates is also going to be. Is Wendy? I guess you're presenting then. Okay, presented by County Manager Patrick Cates. Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, these are American Rescue Plan Act funds from the state of Nevada, not to be confused with the county's allocation. We did get a direct allocation from that. This does reimburse the camp for the budget cuts that were made by the legislature last session for the current fiscal year. We do expect that to be extended next fiscal year. We have made a request to have that funding be restored in the next budget, although we won't know what's in the governor's budget until it's published. But we're prepared to work on that should that not be included during the next legislative session. Happy to answer any questions.
You almost had
Commissioners.
me at hello, but it took you to say the state funds, and then that's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions by the commissioners? Okay, then at this time, I don't have any questions, so at this time, then that's for possible action, so we'll go to the public for public comment. Is there any public comment here in chambers on item C of the consent calendar?
Jim Slade. Like most people, I believe, I'm pleased that China Springs will have these positions renewed. They provide a valuable service not only to Douglas County, but to all counties in Nevada, except for Clark County, which has its own youth camp, as I understand it. So I'm pleased with that. I'm sorry Ms. Garrison wasn't able to stick around for that, but I'm sure she's pleased with the grant as well. We should also thank the taxpayers of the United States, which is where this money comes from. Some people in this room may have been opposed to that tax, but we can see locally it's going to a good cause.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none. Ms. Gil-Salinas, is there any public comment on this item online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is someone raising their hand. Jason, do you have public comment?
I do. Thank you, Jason Gibson, on behalf of the Planetary Academic Federation. There's not a single person on this board that actually knows what's going on in China Youth Camp Springs. If there was a committee that was actually informed about the quality of education, the program as a whole, we'd have a report by which to base our decision this morning on these funds. But we don't, because we don't have a functioning government body that's informing the board as we're supposed to be. The programs and services obviously aren't serving the state of Nevada. We have the 8th highest suicide rate in the country, most of which are our youth who are committing suicide. We have the 48th ranking out of the 50 states for poor academic standards. And until this county and this state begins to take responsibility for the criminal enterprise and the war economy that they're perpetuating, that they're fleecing us with, then they're just throwing more money, hundreds of thousands of dollars at meaningless services. These folks aren't inspired to progress or to develop or to transform their realities, right? When they get out, they want to go back to the same old thing because you're not giving them anything meaningful but the same old program. The maladministrative dying world of commercialism. Unbridled time is money. So for the record, we're showing once again that there's a peace plan on the table, an invisible college. We brought all of the works and merits for the last 9 months of the Foundation for the Law of Time. Not a single question or thank you or dialogue from the board with regards to the most brilliant academic genius in the history of this country. Not a single interest from one of y'all about how we can best serve these youth. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Is there, Ms. Gil-Salinas, is there any additional public comment on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no further comment.
Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the board. Before we vote on this or before we have a motion, I did want to acknowledge the fact that we do have a governing board for this China Spring Youth Camp, made up of all 16 northern counties, have a representative on that, and we do have one member of this board that serves on the executive committee of that. I believe Commissioner Hales took on that responsibility, if I'm not mistaken, at the last meeting or 2 meetings before. I am very impressed with what we've done, and I know that County Manager Patrick Cates has been very involved with the working group that was set up to take a look at this program. So very impressed with what they do, and commendable what Ms. Wendy Garrison brings to the table in that regard as well. So anyways, I think we should be very proud of that entity and not overlook that. So anyways, with that being said, is there any other commissioners that wish to have anything to say on this before we have a vote? Entertain a motion. Sensing none, I will entertain a motion to accept the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 U.S. Treasury Coronavirus State Recovery Funds Award of $686,994 as presented.
I'll make the motion to accept item C as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Hales to adopt item C as presented. Is that inadequate? Okay, very good. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Then we'll proceed to item Q. Asked for withdrawal from the consent calendar by Commissioner Hales for possible action, discussion to approve a change in scope for the Town of Genoa's previously approved use of $45,550 in American Rescue Plan Award, ARPA, funds for upgrades to the Genoa Church for engineering feasibility to building and construction. And I believe County Manager Patrick Cates is going to present that in lieu of Town Manager David Quayles. Right? Okay. Mr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Patrick Cates, This agenda item, unlike the last one, is dealing with the county's allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds. The county had previously awarded this amount for a study, engineering study regarding the church in Genoa to look at the foundation and the drainage. It's my understanding that the engineering firm of Moffett and Nicole, sorry, I'm not quite sure of the pronunciation, but they have generously donated pro bono their engineering services, and therefore they don't need this $45,000 for that, and they're asking to reapply it to the same project for build and construction of the foundation and drainage for the church. Happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Hales?
I just thought this was such a generous donation and such a wonderful thing that I wanted to shine a little spotlight on it before we moved on. So this $45,000 that would have gone to engineering and feasibility to determine how to fix the church now can be put towards building and construction because of the generous commitment of Moffett and Nickel. And I appreciate the letter that Eric Nickel sent, wherein he said, as recent residents to the town of Genoa, we are pleased to offer gratis engineering design services for the foundation and drainage upgrades for the Genoa Church. And I just think that's marvelous.
Thank you, Commissioner Hales. I ditto that, and I'm glad you took the opportunity to pull this particular item because I think recognizing that is very, very good. And these once again are historic buildings within our community that we really need to try to preserve, and so we appreciate the pro bono work that they're doing so that we can apply funds to other items within that restoration. So anyways, any other commissioners wish to speak? Okay, then this is for possible action, so we'll go to public comment. I believe we have a member of the Genoa Town Board here with us. Am I mistaken, or? No, town manager. Town manager. Oh, I'm sorry. I've only met you once before, so anyways, I apologize. I believe, so this is Mr. David Quayles.
Yes, thank you very
Okay,
much.
please share with us your thoughts.
Thank you. This has been a long process. It's been a very generous offer by Moffett and Nickel Engineering Company to do the work for gratis. We had a meeting yesterday, and they are currently drawing up the plans for completion and submission, and then we can move on to the next step in this with the assistance of the Douglas County. So thank you all for considering this change of scope for this money, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So at least I knew that you were from Genoa, right? And just wasn't sure exactly what your position was. Mr. Quayles got hired, I believe it was like 2 weeks before Candy Dance last year, and so he was really thrown into the fire there and trying to organize that and watch what happened. And we're very fortunate that he didn't then take the opportunity to resign the following day because that was a tremendous task. So anyways, thank you for your attendance today. Any other public comment here in Chambers?
Jim Slade. Seems to be a fair amount of confusion on the board about who people are and what they represent and where they're from. But on this particular item, I certainly have no problem with this. But my comment is that there are 3 items today on the consent calendar that all involve the American Rescue Plan awards. And yet they are treated differently. And I think in the attempt to have a clear and complete agenda and consistency and transparency, that they should all be treated the same, like the way they are in item L, where it says through Douglas County's American Rescue Plan Act. This item merely says in American Rescue Plan award. It would have been helpful that it was identified so that we wouldn't have to ask, so that the public would understand from the agenda where this money is coming from. On the one that was discussed earlier, the China Springs Youth Camp, it merely says American Rescue Plan Act. It would have been helpful to know in advance that this is the state of Nevada American Rescue Plan Act. So, in the interest of consistency and transparency, the agenda should be more clear.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, we'll go to online. Ms. Gil-Salinas, is there any public comment regarding item Q and the item Q?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have someone raising their hand. Jason, do you have public comment on item Q?
I do, thank you. Just want to echo Mr. Slade's remark regarding the clarity of the agenda. If these were federal American Restoration Funds, then the county would be required to host a week-long Constitutional Observance Week. We're supposed to be doing that for any federal funds that we receive. Of course, Douglas County doesn't practice norms and procedures. We don't have a Constitutional Awareness Week. We don't have a Nevada State Constitutional Awareness Day, even though the seat of Genoa is the cornerstone of our Constitution and the territory that was established, the government that formulated out of the Mormon Station, and that whole historic legacy is by and large unconscious, and nobody knows about it. Nobody honors it. Nobody celebrates it. We reached out to Mrs. Rao about grants and fundings because part of our grant proposal included the Native American Church of Genoa. You remember the Native Americans that you wiped out? Well, there's a Native American church out there that would like to restore their place in the social fabric of this valley, and they'd like to host ceremonies and be part of a historic reenactment like Genoa Day, kind of Wild Western kind of gathering. And we've got a great number of folks that are involved in Civil War reenactment theater, and we got the Virginia folks that are very active in reenacting historic moments. How do we get the county to cooperate with us so we can get funds towards things like that? Because Mrs. Rao isn't returning her calls, and they've made it very clear that they're not going to cooperate with members of the public. You have to be employed by Douglas County in order to participate or
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. It appears that your conversation has gone beyond the scope of this particular item on the agenda. So at this time, we'll go to any additional further public comment. Ms. Gil-Salinas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no further public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion, folks? Okay, then I will entertain a motion to approve item Q, discussion to approve a change in scope for the town of Genoa's previously approved use of $45,550 in American Rescue Plan Award.
No second.
I sense Commissioner Hales wanted to get in there and do that. But anyways, I have a motion by Commissioner Noah, seconded by Commissioner Hales, to approve a change in scope for the town of Genoa's previously approved use of $45,550 in American Rescue Plan Award funds for upgrades to the Genoa Church from engineering feasibility to building and construction. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we're done with those two items. I have our Deputy DA's hand up here. Mr. Ritchie, had something to share with us?
Thank you so much, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Proclamation 2022-P100 by the Board of County Commissioners was adopted September 17th, 2022 in recognition of Constitution Week. I just thought the board would like to know that.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Okay. We can proceed to the administrative agenda then, dispensing with the consent calendar items. And we'll go to item number 1 for possible action, discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2022-1610, zoning text amendment DP 22-0201, an ordinance to amend Douglas County Code Section 20.660.150B, accessory uses, to allow manufactured homes to be used as an accessory dwelling where the primary residence is also a manufactured home within the RA5, rural agriculture, 5-acre minimum lot size, and RA10, rural agriculture, 10-acre minimum lot size, and MH, manufactured housing overlay zoning, and to clarify that they must be secured to a permanent foundation. And in lieu of Community Development Manager Tom Dallaire, who's on the agenda here, we have Ms. Morales O'Brien. No? What did I miss?
You were in the right heritage. That's
Okay.
Irish. O'Neill.
O'Neill.
Close.
O'Neill.
Close.
Okay. I didn't have any notes in front of me, so I know it was, and your first name is Miss Karen, right? Did I get that wrong?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Catherine, Kate, but I go by
Kate.
Kate.
Okay. Well,
Close again.
yes, close again. No cigar. Okay. So, anyways, and also, and I'm not sure what Miss Pauling's title. It's a Community Development Director.
No, Deputy
Assistant.
Director.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Anyways, thank you. Nice to have you here, and you may proceed. So.
Technical difficulties, if you can give us one moment. We're almost there.
You have to be smarter than the computer, which I am obviously not. Okay, we're ready.
Okay, go through it. Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Andrea Pauling from Douglas County Community Development. I am here in lieu of Mr. Dallaire, our director. Today, he is in Reno for training, so he could not be here. I am going to do my best, and if you have any questions, we'll open it up at the end. All right, so this was already read. This is the second reading of this ordinance. We are proposing a code modification for accessory dwelling units. Can you go to the third slide? Oh, it's not coming up. Sorry, another technical difficulty. No, you're on it, it's just not coming up on the screen. All right, so while we work on that, I'm going to go ahead and we went ahead and handed this out to you guys, so you should all have the PowerPoint, so it's going to be page 3. What we're proposing is under DC Code Section 20.660.150B, accessory uses. The only changes that you'll see there are the ones in italics, red underlined. Number 1, the primary residence is also a trailer or manufactured home, and the zoning district is RA5, RA10, or manufactured home overlay, and is secured to a foundation. Or on 2, we only added 3 words, which is this use is. Those are the proposed changes that we are looking to make. Okay, can you move on to the next one? Oh, we can't do it? Okay. All right, so moving on to the manufactured homes. This slide, this is a manufactured home here in Douglas County, not within a manufactured home overlay, which are exempt from these standards, need to comply with the Douglas County Code, and I just read out the section, so I won't reread that to you and bore you. General standards where a permit must not be approved unless it conforms to all the standards in this chapter, including Section Z, single-family dwelling design standards. So here's a list of 8 standards. I'm not going to read them all out to you, but just a couple just to throw out there. Manufactured homes as accessory dwelling units need to be minimum of 4 to 12 roof pitch for 75% of total roof area in a roof overhang. Also, exterior siding materials need to be consisting of wood, hardwood, brick, concrete, stucco, glass, tile, and so on. So just a couple of things just to outline there. If you guys want to go ahead and read through the list, you'll see what we're referring to here. Next slide. These are the architectural features. All single-family dwellings in Douglas County need at least 3 of the following features. So as you can see, this list is somewhat extensive. The very last part of that list is or other compensating features that would make the dwelling architecturally compatible and harmonious with the surrounding neighborhood as approved by the Director of Community Development. So as you can see, there's a few in there with roof pitch, roof overhang, bay windows, alcoves, things like that to make it more aesthetically pleasing. This next one, we threw in a couple of pictures. We wanted to show you what is permitted and what is not permitted here in Douglas County. The single family, I don't know why I can't say single today, so I do apologize. We'll just continue moving on and pretend like that's not on record forever. Single family dwelling standards, the permitted to the right, to the left there, those 2 are permitted manufactured homes. To the right is a non-permitted mobile home. So as you can see, we currently do not approve those here in Douglas County. They are still out there. But we just wanted you to see for yourselves which are permitted and which are not. You can see some of those features on those left pictures that we just went over the architectural features in the previous slide of, bay windows, roof overhang, roof pitch, things like that. All right, this next one is a map that we had GIS create for us, and we just wanted to throw this out there. This is the areas we have in the manufactured home overlay right now. So up above, you're going to see Indian Hills there. This one could have up to an 800-foot accessory dwelling in its area. If you look further down on the multifamily residential areas, Kings Lane, Aspen Park, Oxby Park, one of our newest, Stonegate. Currently, none of these are allowed to have accessory dwellings in them just due to sheer density. If you move further down, you'll see where RV parks are. There are 2, the first one is an RV park near Carson River. It's on an SFR 1 acre. It's a 1 parcel, and currently there are no allowed dwellings in this area either. This is just some added information for you, just so you have this. And then if we move further down off of Junction 208, you're going to see 2 RV parks that were permitted under tourist commercial, and they are in the RA5. Right now, there are no other structures allowed. If they want to have other structures, they would have to come back to community development and be under review and planning. And then all the way down, you're going to see TRE, which is Topaz Ranch Estates. These are predominantly the SFR 2-acre zones, and these are allowed to have an accessory dwelling unit up to 800 feet or less. All right.
Ms. Pauling, I didn't want to interrupt your presentation there, but I thought I heard you say 800 square foot or less. Mm-hmm. Is that up to? So what's the minimum that we allow, or what's the? You said less. So what's the less number?
I believe that's 100 feet. Am I correct on that? Okay.
It already allows a secondary, an accessory dwelling, 100 square feet? That seems awfully small.
10 by 10.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
For the record.
County Manager Patrick Cates.
Thank you. For the record, Patrick Cates, I'm going totally off the top of my head here, but I believe it's 1,000 square feet for an accessory dwelling above a certain acreage, and below that, I think it's 800. Does that sound right?
Okay, that does sound right. Sorry, I misspoke.
Okay, yeah, that's, I was just trying to get to the minimum. So I know that, for instance, 5 acres or above, I believe are allowed 1,000 square feet.
Yes.
But between 2 acres and 5 acres, it's allowed up to 800 square feet.
Correct.
But I was asking about what the bottom line is. In other words, is it 5 to 800 square feet? Is it 400 to 800 square feet? Is it 200 square feet to 800 square feet? That's what I'm trying to get to.
I believe it's 250
250
square foot.
on a secondary dwelling, on an accessory dwelling.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So
Depending on the acreage.
so we already allow that in our code of an accessory dwelling between 250 square feet and 800 square feet in a 2-acre property, and 2-acre to 5-acre or 5-acre above, it's 1,000 square feet. Is that right? Okay. Very good.
Yes.
I just wanted to get that clear in my mind.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so this next one is a map just showing you where the new, where RA5s and RA10s are going to be. So all the stars that you see on the map here in Douglas County, these are where all the 5-acre zoning areas will be. And then we have one currently that is a 10-acre zone, which you will see is the triangle there. That's over by Orchard Way off of Buckeye. So this is just to kind of give you a little bit broader perspective of what this looks like. All right, this is the manufactured home overlay in TRE, Topaz Ranch Estates. Just kind of a blow up of this so you guys kind of see what we're looking at. Over to the left over there are those RV parks we were just talking about. As you can see, TRE is in the SFR2 zone predominantly, but you do see some RA5s to the right and left of it. The RA5s down below that's not in the overlay is undeveloped. And so we just wanted you guys to see this as well.
Before you move that slide, I live there, and I would assure you, those blue areas are just blue because of the way they painted it. There's no lakes in there. So there is snowpack in there right now, so maybe we do have potentially 1-foot lakes, but not certainly navigable. Just an observation.
Thank you for that observation. All right. So to sum it up, there needs to be 4 findings for approval of a zoning text amendment. Those must be made. Findings with staff responses are on your packet, page 451. We wanted to let you know we met with the Planning Commission on November 9th, 2022. Planning Commissioner Mr. Paxton motioned to recommend approval of the code change, with Commissioner Mr. Walder seconding the motion. Motion was to recommend to the County Commission to approve of zoning text amendment DP 22020, ordinance 2022-1612, an ordinance to amend Douglas County Code 20.660.150 accessory uses to include the addition of the RA5, RA10, and the manufactured home overlay zoning districts to the list of zoning districts where the use of manufactured homes as accessory dwellings is allowed. And we wanted to clarify that they must be secured to a permanent foundation. The motion was approved 6-1. And now we'll open it up if you have any questions, and I will do my best attempt at answering those.
Thank you, Ms. Pauline. Commissioners, any questions here on this before we go to public comment? Okay, so just for background's sake, I'll mention some background. A couple of years ago, actually a year and a half ago now, out of natural disasters, sometimes you discover flaws in codes. And this, what I believe, and what I perceived as a flaw in our code, was brought to my attention, certainly because because the Tamarack fire occurred in my district. What we discovered in the process of that, as people residents down there. We had 12 residents that lost their homes. What we discovered is the code itself indicated that while you could have a manufactured home on your property as your primary dwelling, such as myself, and where I was allowed to have a secondary dwelling as well, an auxiliary dwelling, the code indicated that that secondary dwelling, commissioners, would have had to be of a site-built, stick-built home. Quite frankly, that didn't make a whole lot of sense to me that a secondary dwelling had to be on a concrete foundation and of higher quality or higher standards than the primary residence. So, for instance, I have a concrete pad that's 24 by 24 and 12 inches thick, and yet I would still have to have built a. That's my garage, by the way. Otherwise, if I had wanted to put a dwelling on that property, which I'm allowed to do, I could not put another manufactured home on my property because of the code. So it just didn't make sense to me, and so that's why I brought this forward to the board to take a look at and you folks, thank you, gave the indication to community development to take a look at this code and perhaps bring it back to us, and that's why it is back to us today. So. Anyways, once again, out of natural disasters, sometimes I think sometimes you figure out that something might not be exactly good, and so that's why we're here today on this. Anyways, and I believe, right. I guess there's a portion in this information here that we have in our talks about the permitting process, and that we've waived, I believe what we did when we, first of all, took a look at the 12 families, of course, that down there, I think we waived their building permit fees for a period of, I believe we said only 3 years. Mr. Ritchie, do you remember that? Or maybe community development remembers that? Okay. So this is not involved, though. We're not waiving any permitting fees going forward with this. That waiver only applies to those 12 families, right? For 3 years is what I remember us doing. But anyways, so we're not waiving any fees, though, in this regard.
No, correct. We are not.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Hales, Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Noasad. Commissioner Rice, any questions before we go to public comment?
No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if
Yes,
I may.
Ms.
Again, for the
Morales.
record, Kate Moroloso, Planning Division. I was whispering to Andrea 250 square feet. I just want to go on record. I think it may be 200 square feet as my mind kept processing. The reason I say that is because if it's less than that, you wouldn't need a permit. Like you could build a greenhouse without, if it's less than 200 square feet. So I apologize. We are both rookies. We've only been here about 8 months. So, but that is on me if it's incorrect. But I'm going to now say that I think it's 200 square feet at least between that and whether the 800 or 1,000 square feet at the max.
Okay, so
Just clarification.
I just want to make sure I have it in my mind. So an accessory dwelling could be as small as 200 square feet and as large as 800 square feet on 2 acres up to 5 acres, and then 1,000 square feet, the number grows to 1,000 square feet on 5-acre properties. Is that 5-acre or plus?
Yes, I believe that to be correct. If I'm mistaken, I will make sure I go back on record and correct that.
Okay. So, okay. At this time then, we'll go to public comment. Do we have public comment here in chambers? Since okay.
Jim Slade. I was not on the Planning Commission when they first heard this item last January, but I was in November. Normally, the agenda packet you get from staff is the packet that went to the Planning Commissioner. Planning Commission, but in this case, it has been changed and updated. At that November PC meeting, I recommended that the item be continued since the staff memorandum was incomplete and misleading. The PC, however, made a motion to approve the item, so I voted nay since I thought we needed more information. For starters, the staff report stated the proposed changes to the county code were in red and underlined. And an examination of the 6+ pages of the code provided showed nothing in red or underlined, leading one to think that nothing was changed. It was unrealistic to try to go through the 6+ pages of legal jargon to try to figure out what the changes were. This PC packet, like yours, stated, quote, "Community Development received a request from Mr. Pike on Penrod Court to prepare a zoning text amendment to the county code to allow manufactured homes as accessory dwellings, and that staff met with Mr. Pike's attorney where a solution to the code was presented as being submitted by staff now for the Planning Commission's review and recommendation to the board." So it certainly seemed clear that this issue was being driven primarily by Mr. Pike. As you likely know, the Planning Commission has a pre-meeting with staff with the chair and 2 other hand-picked members. They likely met with Mr. Dallaire and 2 other senior staff members to make sure that the presentation was clear and complete, and to answer members' questions to inform staff of inquiries that they might want to prepare for. Did anyone at that meeting notice that there was nothing in red and underlined in the ordinance indicating a change? Apparently not. Did anyone ask if Mr. Pike had special reasons for asking for the change, or how many other parcels this might change, where and what other types of parcel there might be? Apparently not. We had none of this information, none of it, none. I was not one of the members at the pre-meeting, so I emailed Mr. Dallaire a series of questions about this agenda item. I was told that he could not answer my questions except at the PC meeting itself. I asked if Mr. Pike had any other factors we should consider. He answered no. Yet I did research myself and found that Mr. Pike's house had been destroyed by a wildfire, the Tamarack fire, so I thought that was important and relevant. You see that information now in your packet. I asked what other properties could be affected by the proposed change. Dallaire's answer was, "This is going to take some time to get." That's the information you have, but we didn't have it. Hopefully you can understand why I was disappointed by the lack of clarity in the staff report. Now the board has the information of 969 parcels with MH overlay that might be affected, yet no estimate of the number of parcels zoned RA5 or 10 with manufactured homes on them. The Planning Commission should have had all that information before taking a vote on this matter, and members always need to ask relevant questions to make sure they are well informed prior to voting. Let's hope that that happens going forward.
Thank you, Mr.
Do you have
Slade.
any questions for me? No. Okay. Just checking. In case you wanted
Thank
to
you.
question me on any of
Oh.
my statement or what transpired at the Planning Commission meeting or why I was so disappointed and thought the information was incomplete. But if you have no questions, I'll sit down.
We appreciate your explanation. Thank you. Sensing no further discussion or no further public comment here, Ms. Gil-Salinas, do we have any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eunice Casalinas for the record. We do have 2 people raising their hands. Jason, do you have public comment?
I do. Jason Gibson here. No, Mr. Slade, there'll be no questions and answers at this meeting or any meetings in the future, because as long as there's confusion or error or misinformation, then there's lots of money being made. These folks really don't have the intent of streamlining relations or improving business in Douglas County. They're just making too much money to pay attention to the details. We want to move the board to redefine the community development department. It's not a community development department. It's a commercial enterprise department. We reached out to Tom thinking it was a community development department with regards to grants and what have you. And he gave us about 3 minutes of his time, was completely disinterested in community development. And that let us know right off the bat, this is a commercial enterprise machine. Please redefine the department and take a look at its function. Again, it's the responsibility of those committees who are supposed to be assisting the board in policy decision-making, in bringing factual evidence forward, in filtering details so that things run smoothly. That's why we have 22 committees and over 80 people serving on these boards. You've got all the technology you need to communicate. Why is it that we have such abrasive relations with this government? I'll tell you why.
Thank you,
they follow
Mr.
the
Gibson.
money.
We're going to go to the next online individual. Ms. Gil Salinas, do we have additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan, do you have public comment on item 1?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. Susan Fisher with McDonald Corano. I am aware of Mr. Pike's situation with his home burning. However, I am in support of this on behalf of Nevada Housing Alliance, which is the statewide association for manufactured home dealers. So that's who I worked with staff on behalf of. And I just want to say that I really appreciate the open communications that I had with staff, from the city manager to the general counsel, planning commission on down. Everybody has been just really terrific to work with, and I appreciate their time and energy on this very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Is there any additional public comment online, Ms. Gil Salinas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no further public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. I had a couple of questions on a couple of your slides, if you don't mind. You showed a slide there of manufactured homes, and one of those slides included what we would consider, I think it was previously called a mobile home. That was 1976. Could you put that slide back up again? Yes, okay. So I do know that we have a scattering of those current non-permitted homes that's indicated there, mobile homes, throughout our community, both in South County, TRE, Holbrook Junction, Holbrook Highlands, even in Indian Hills, I believe, we have some of these homes, okay? But to my understanding, these homes are no longer being built. The manufacturers of these homes have upgraded now to the homes that are on the left there that are permitted, that are extremely similar to a site-built home, other than the foundation, pretty much. So I saw that it's not permitted, and it's June. These homes were built. So you're telling me that those types of homes, those mobile type homes, are no longer permitted in our county. So somebody can't go out and try to perhaps even purchase one and then move it to a property. That's not permitted. That would not be permitted. Would that be the case? I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Andrea Pauling, for the record, that is my understanding, yes. So doing the research, these are not permitted. We do have a scattering of them in Douglas County currently today, but we would not be permitting any new ones coming in.
Okay, and I believe Kings Lane also has a scattering of these.
Yes, they do.
Or almost predominantly of these. But should those homes, say, even in Kings Lane, need to be replaced, you would still have to have a building permit in order to do that. Am I correct on that?
You are correct.
Okay, and then they could not replace it with something of this nature because those are not permitted any longer.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so then they would have to have either a manufactured home, a modular home, or even perhaps a site-built home. I don't know that site-built homes are allowed in that particular area, say Kings Lane, right? So, okay. So just wanted to get clarification on that because I know there's some, as people are, these homes are aging, and as they age, they're going to have to be replaced. And so I just want to make sure they're not being able to be replaced with a like type of home, either through move, because they're not being manufactured, but then they would be, someone would buy one and move it to somewhere else, and we really don't. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, yes.
Again, for the record, Kate Marolis O'Neill, Planning Division. I said I would go back on the record. I did receive clarification. I was incorrect. It is 400 square feet. I know, third time's the charm. My apologies. The 200 would be accessory structure that we were talking accessory dwelling. So I do apologize for that, but it is 400 square feet for accessory dwelling minimum. So sorry about that.
To be honest with you, I like that number, and I'll tell you later why I like that number, right? Mr. Ritchie? Yes, okay. So at some point in time, just so the commissioners know, the Nevada revised the legislature last session, not this session, obviously it hasn't gone into session, last session indicated that each county in this state was going to have to accommodate tiny homes in some manner, as tiny as 400 square feet. That's why I like hearing that number of 400 square feet. We may already be there. So anyways, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Hales, Commissioner Turkanian, Commissioner Noasad, Commissioner Rice, any questions?
No, sir.
Then I'll entertain a motion.
I have a comment, not a
Okay,
question.
go ahead, please.
I recently read the minutes of the Planning Commission approval of this, and I don't see anything based on that that would give me hesitancy. And I don't see any reason not to do this. This is an easy decision. I wish all decisions were this easy.
Music to my ears. Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I move that we approve adoption of ordinance 2022-1610, zoning text amendment DP 220201, an ordinance to amend Douglas County Code Section 20.660.150B, accessory uses, as presented.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Seconded by, okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to adopt ordinance 2022-1610 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate Kate Morales O'Neill. Okay, I'll get it right sometime. You know, Miss Deborah Pauling is much easier. Okay.
I'm sorry. Just for the record, I'm Andrea Pauling, but Deborah is actually a really nice name.
What did I
so
say?
I appreciate that, Deborah. It's okay.
Oh my God. Okay.
And you're stuck with me for the
Wow,
next one.
What a day. What a day. Excuse me. Okay. Pardon me. Okay. Very good. We'll move to item number 2 for possible action, discussion on adoption of ordinance 2022-1609, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2005-1144 regarding the First Amendment to the Meridian Business Park Development Agreement, originally recorded as document number 192040 on December 05, 1988, given the fact that all obligations under the development agreement by the parties thereto have been met. Ms. Andrea Pauling.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm back. So for this one, this is a repeal. It's pretty general. This is a repeal of the Meridian Business Park. I'm going to give you a little discussion and background of it. So on April 21st, 1988, the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners approved a tentative parcel map for 116 acres for the Meridian Business Park. And on November 3rd, 1988, the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners approved a development agreement with the developers of the Meridian Business Park as set out in document number 192040, recorded on December 5th, 1988, and is set forth in Exhibit A attached. On September 8th, 2005, the board approved Ordinance 2005-1144 regarding the approval of the First Amendment Development Agreement for the Meridian Business Park, which is set forth in Exhibit B, also attached. The board has what we'd like is the board to determine today that all obligations under the development agreement for the Meridian Business Park have been met by all parties, and there are no further obligations that are pending relative to the Meridian Business Park Development Agreement, and we would like to repeal this today. I added in a couple of slides. This is the initial, as you can see to the right there, the initial parcel map in June of 1984 for the Meridian Business Park. This is also on the handouts that we had given you, but I just wanted you to kind of see. This was the only thing I could find, but I wanted to show you what it looked like initially. The next slide is something that I got off of our GIS, and this is it currently today, Meridian Business Park off of Airport Road, as of January 2023. And so, conclusion and recommendation, based on the foregoing considerations, we are asking that we recommend the Meridian Business Park Development Agreement recorded as document. I've already read that for you. And as set forth in Exhibit A is no longer necessary. And ordinance number 2005-1144, which was adopted, the First Amendment to the Meridian Business Park Development, and as set forth in Exhibit B, is hereby repealed. And any questions?
Questions, commissioners? I have a couple. This development agreement has been in place for, if I'm not mistaken, my math is correct, 34 years. 34 years. Is that common?
Yes, it can be. It is. I'm going through all of our development agreements right now, and I am realizing that some have been around for quite a long time.
Wow. Wow. It just seems like an awful long time to me, and we're going to have another one here next that's very similar. It's 5 years less. So I appreciate you bringing this forward and doing that. I'd like to go back up to the map that you have on that. Yes. Now, as I understand it, in talking with Mr. John Erb, who happens to be here today, right, John? Mr. Erb? That's not John sitting behind you? Mr. Phil? Oh, okay. No, okay. Similar, I have to admit, yeah, okay. When your face was down, I looked at that and I go, and he's sitting behind Mr. Richter. So, Mr. Richter, if you don't mind, this map, as I understand it, I've had some, across the street on Meridian to the south of this map is Helicopter Parts International. And he called me, Harry Naransky called me several weeks ago about the conditions of that road that are in front of and to the north. The north is that building right there. That big building is AVK, right? Am I correct? Oops, go back. That one. Yeah, to the north or above Meridian, on the south part of this map is AVK. I'm just trying to get some things on the record here in regards to this.
Yes, for the
Okay.
record, that is the AVK property that you're looking at on the south end of that map.
So I was trying to find out whether or not this was a county-maintained road. And that's where I'm going, Ms. Pauling, on this. So because it involves the development agreement somewhat. So AVK, as I understand it, was responsible for building that Meridian Boulevard basically from in front of their property out to the east to Hayborn.
To the best
Part
of
of
my
this
knowledge.
development agreement.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, that I believe is correct.
So I was curious as to why we, as a county, weren't repairing this section of road, only to find out that apparently AVK, when they built this road, that extension that they were required to build, did not build it to county standards, and therefore the county at that time did not accept this road as a county-maintained road. That's from Mr. Erb.
That's, again, Phil Richter, for the record, to the best of my knowledge, that is correct from the
Okay.
conversations I've had with John Erb.
Okay, and that's the only reason I bring it up, is to get that on the record, that that portion of that road is not a county-maintained road. All the other roads in there are county-maintained roads, as I understand it. Okay, so I appreciate your indulgence in that regard, but I think that's important for the public to understand, that that is not a county-maintained road. Okay, and they weren't required to build it to standard, apparently, even with this development agreement. So that's unfortunate. So we're going to have to figure out. I suggested the owner of HPI to walk across the street and talk with his neighbor about that. So anyways, do any other commissioners have questions on this development agreement? Commissioner Noah Sad.
I'm going to display my ignorance of process, I think. April 21st, 1988, the commissioners said okay on this thing. At that time, was there any kind of a schedule set up as to when we were going to start, steps along the way, and to what the conclusion was going to be?
Based on, Andrea Pauling for the record, based on the information that I researched, there was a schedule that was, in any development agreement, there is a schedule by phases of when these would be done. I know during the development agreement and during the stages, sometimes things get in the way and it delays the process. This has been completed for a couple of years now, so that's why I'm bringing it to the board today.
Okay, so it's been completed a couple of years now. That's like 30 years. That project's been living on the books for 30 years. How do we let that happen? 34. Well, subtract the 2.
Andrea Pauling, back for the record. In response to that, all I can say is taking over these development agreements, I am hoping this won't continue in the future.
I hope so. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Commissioners, Commissioner Hales, Commissioner Tarkanian, any questions? Commissioner Rice, any questions? We need to take this to the public comment, but Commissioner Rice, did you have any questions before we do that?
I do not.
Okay, very good. Then we'll go to public comment on this. Item 2, is there anybody here in chambers who wishes to discuss the adoption of ordinance 2022-1609? I hope you keep it relevant to this particular item on the agenda. Okay, anybody here in chambers? Sensing none. Ms. Gil Salinas, is there anybody online? Oh, we have Miss Melissa Elgis on the microphone now.
Melissa Elgis, for the record, there is no public comment online at this time.
We'll bring it back to the board. Any further comments or questions, commissioners? Entertain a motion. Don't everybody react at once.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt ordinance 2022-1609, in ordinance repealing ordinance number 2005-114 regarding the First Amendment to the Meridian Business Park Development Agreement, originally recorded as document number 192040 in December 5 of 1988.
Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Hales for the adoption of ordinance 2022-1609 as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0, and we will move on to item number 3. Thank you very much. And this being presented by Ms. Kate Moroles O'Neill. For possible action, discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2022-1611, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 93-593, which approved the original Carson Valley Business Park Development Agreement on June 3rd, 1993, and ordinance 98-829, which approved the First Amendment to the Carson Valley Business Park Development Agreement on May 7th, 1988. Being presented by Ms. Kate Moroles O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, commissioners. So I want to give you some background information on the Carson Valley Business Park Development Agreement. You can see here a tentative parcel map was approved back in 1992 for the Carson Valley Business Park, and a development agreement was then approved in 1993 under Ordinance 93-593. Then in 1998, the board approved the First Amendment to the development agreement, which is Ordinance 98-829. Here are two images basically of the original map there on the left and the current map as it stands now. The current map, you'll see that big, that's Starbucks, that big facility there. Douglas County, those are parcels that Douglas County does own at this time. In conclusion, since there are no further obligations relative to the Carson Valley Business Park Agreement, staff recommends that both Ordinance 93-593 and Ordinance 98-829 be repealed since they are no longer necessary. And if there are any questions at this time.
Any questions, Mr. Commissioners? Sensing no questions, I think everything we said before applied to this also, regards to timing. So anyways, therefore we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment here in chambers regarding item number 3 on ordinance 2022-1611? And once again, I ask you to keep your comments to that particular ordinance. Sensing no comments here in chambers, Ms. Algus, do we have anybody online who wishes to offer public comment?
Melissa Algus, for the record, there is no public comment online at this time.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Sensing no further discussion, no questions, then I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of the adoption of ordinance 2022-1611, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 93-593, which approved the original Carson Valley Business Park Development Agreement on June 3rd, 1993, and ordinance 98-829, which approved the First Amendment to the Carson Valley Business Park Development Agreement on May 7th, 1998.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice for the adoption of ordinance 2022-1611 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Commissioners, it's 5 after 12. Is there any feeling of a need to take a break, have lunch, or should we power through? No? Okay. We need, pardon me? Yeah, and I maybe we should do that and then take a break and come back for that one, right? Okay, I can, okay. So we'll power through to items, hopefully 4, 5, and 6, right? And then, okay. Are you good with that, Mr. Commissioner Nosek? Okay. For item number 4, for possible action, discussion to approve a professional services contract with Tate Snyder Kimsey Architects Ltd. TSK to complete the engineering and design for a new Douglas County Judicial Center in an amount not to exceed $3,493,000 and authorize the county manager to sign the agreement and any related documents. This will be presented by Public Works Manager Phil Richter and Mr. Scott McCullough.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. This is Scott McCullough, Douglas County. Right. This is not John Erb.
Figured that out when he raised his head.
Today, we bring for you the consideration for the contract for TSK for the design services for the new Douglas County Courthouse. A little background, we've started researching this project for the space need deficiencies of the current JLEC back in 2014. We've conducted space needs assessments, alternates, and other options over the past 8-9 years. When we engaged the studies back in 2014, we contracted with TSK. TSK had just finished the community center with Core Construction as a design build contract, and they provided excellent services. Their history of excellent work in Douglas County is matched by their experience in courthouse design. At that time, TSK was just completing the Butte County Courthouse in Chico, California. They also have a division, which Kevin Kwan, which I'll introduce in a minute, is a principal of an office that specializes in judicial and public safety division. They do extensive work in Clark County for the legal system. They're doing a space needs assessment for Carson City. Kevin has completed projects in Riverside and New Orleans for the most recent projects for the experience. So we are getting a consultant that has excellent experience in this to help us guide us through this project. The amount of the contract, the $3,493,000, is a direct relation to the cost of construction. We're estimating construction for approximately a 55,000 square foot building on approximately 5 to 10 acres of the 57-acre parcel that the county purchased on Buckeye last year at $32 million. Typical percentages for architect, engineer, design fees is between 10 to 15% for new build in public works. The amount of this is 10.9% of that estimated cost of construction. So it is appropriate and in line with industry standards. With that, this is, I'll introduce Kevin Kwan, who is the principal architect for the TSK for this project. Kevin has been on this project for many years and understands the program and also understands the specific needs Douglas County is looking for this project. So with that, I will turn it over to the board for questions from myself or Mr. Kwan.
Commissioners, questions? I'll go start up with Commissioner Rice. Do you have any questions regarding this?
I do not. I will have a comment that having been involved in the building of the event center up here, I understand that this contract is well within the norms. Thank you.
Commissioner Hales?
I do. On page 576 of the agenda packet, or page 7 of 33 of your, I don't know if it's a letter or proposal, there's a schedule, and I just want to get in my mind a little bit better what all those things are. I guess SD would be schematic design. Is that right?
Kevin Kwan with TSK Architects. You're correct, ma'am. That is for schematic design.
And DD is design development phase.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and CD, construction documents phase.
That's also correct. Mhm.
Okay. I really like fewer acronyms personally. But I figured it out. But I guess my question is, when I add all those together, I get 3 years, 2 months. So would that, or what you're suggesting here, I mean, I understand this is subject to a lot of things, but this is, you think it's feasible that it could be done in just over 3 years?
Do you want to take it?
Yeah, I'll take that. Scott McCullough for the record. Yes, the tentative schedule we set out was it's going to, once we put TSK under contract and we select a CMAR contractor, it'll take about a year to go through those 3 phases, the schematic, development, design, and construction documents, to prepare a biddable set of documents for the work. With the process that we are selecting the delivery method, CMAR, once that is set, the project is bid out, so which takes a couple more months. So we were looking at, approximately 12 months to bid the work and contract for the work is a high-level schedule. Once that occurs, it's going to take 18 to 24 months to construct the building, depending on the time of the year that we start the work. So that really puts it at a little over 3 years.
Commissioner Tarkanian?
Just a couple questions. I don't know anything about it, the quality of your work. I'm sure it's probably one of the best, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons. I just think the cost is extremely high. You mentioned 10 to 14%, you said is standard for the industry for engineering and architectural work? Where do you get those figures from? And what do you base it upon? Because obviously it changes based upon the cost of the building.
Correct. Traditionally, industry standards is 10 to 15% fee for design services for new construction. That number is tradition, and I don't know the origins of it, but that's where we are. That's where we end up with the number. And
Couple questions. Again, I'm asking based upon, I mean, those fees will change based upon the cost of the building. The less the cost, the more it's going to be. The higher the cost, the less it's going to be. And also, is it the total cost of just the construction work, or would it also include the tenant improvement work, the loan fees, and the total cost to do the development?
Scott McCullough for the record. The $32 million is based on the building and site development of the project. It excludes indirect costs, which would be a FF&E, for example, that is not included in the calculation to base the architect's fee on. This is the direct cost for the building is $32 million.
Hey, the building's $13 million?
32. 32 is the current estimate for the building.
So I do some construction work. I'm certainly not an expert. I would love to get more input, and I should have before this meeting. But I'm doing a $14 million project, and we're not paying 10% for that. And when you go 3 times as high, I would think would be quite a bit less. But maybe you can. And again, that's the total cost of my building. You're taking only the cost of what I assume the base of. I assume you include on-sites and off-sites and the building cost. That's what your $32 million is.
Yes, $32 million is the direct cost of the work. Again, a project cost is broken into 2 segments: indirect costs and direct costs. This is the direct cost for construction contract for the building to a CMAR contractor.
Trying to fit, you still haven't answered the question about there is no industry standard of a percentage for all buildings, because there's more when the buildings cost less because it's a higher percentage. I mean, the engineers and architects are going to pay more. You can pay more for them when you do a smaller building. I'm doing a $1.6 million building. I'm paying much more than 10% for architect and engineering costs. You're shaking your head so you understand. Maybe you could answer the question then. So again, on my $14 or $15 million building, we're paying a little bit, 9.8% or something for the engineering and architectural costs. Why would a $30 million building be the same as what I'm paying?
So you're absolutely correct that based on the complexity, size, scale, cost of construction, that all weighs into the efforts that design architects and engineers have to take into account when developing their budgets and fees for doing the work. This proposal for this courthouse is based on our understanding of the effort of work it's going to take for the architects and engineers to complete the construction documents, coordinate with all of the various disciplines, in order to achieve that buildable and biddable set of drawings. It is partially related to the construction cost just as a measure of back checking, but it's not that our fee is a direct percentage calc of the hard construction costs. We don't approach it that way. So because courthouses tend to be one of your more complex project types to build and design, they tend to demand a higher percentage as relative to construction cost. In our case, because of the amount of work that we have done in the industry before and working with Douglas County in the past, we feel confident and comfortable that our values, our percentages here at roughly a little under 11% is appropriate for us to get the job done.
I think that's a great answer, and I appreciate it. My only question is, did we put this out to bid to others so that we know that at least there was some comparable rates? And again, you also have to take into consideration the quality, and I don't want to get into that. I'm sure you guys are great at it. But have we put this out to bid and got 2 or 3 bids on the cost of this?
Scott McCullough for the record. NRS prohibits us to doing that. NRS prescribes that design services, professional services are awarded to the most qualified firm, and bidding it is in violation of NRS.
I'm going to have to get a better understanding. You're telling me the Nevada Revised statute says you got to hire the best no matter what the cost.
The cost is negotiated, and if it's unacceptable, you don't have to enter in that agreement. But if it is an acceptable sum with the most qualified, that is the grounds for the acceptance of that proposal.
Okay, so I don't have a problem if there's been an investigation and done into who we're doing, what the quality is, and and their cost is based upon, hey, they're a little bit better than somebody else, so we're going to charge more. But the first thing you said was NRS prescribes you to do the best, and that's not the case. It may persuade you need to use who you think could be the best for a reasonable cost, but you have to do something to determine what a reasonable cost is. If you don't put something out to bid, you're never going to know what a reasonable cost is. And you didn't answer the question, but I assume the answer is then this has not been put out to bid.
Scott McCullough for the record. NRS prevents me from putting this out to bid. I do not bid professional services.
I don't mean to cut you. I just didn't hear you. I apologize. What did you say? The NRS what? I apologize.
Prevents me from bidding professional services for this type of project. I do not.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cates?
I don't have the exact statute. I see Deputy DA Ritchie looking for that, but I believe it's in 338, which is a public work section. And professional services, you qualify professionals to make sure they have the qualifications, but there is no bidding. You take the most qualified vendor to do that work. It is not subject to a competitive bid process like a construction piece would be.
I don't mean, and again, you may be right. I haven't read the statute, and I'm not going to say it's not, but it would absolutely be, well, the government does a lot of crazy things spending, but it would be absolutely crazy to say if a statute says you need to take the best person no matter what, irrespective of the cost. I would think that would be a huge waste. I mean, basically, if you're the best in your field, you charge whatever you want, and then the NRS is going to force you to do that. There's got to be some. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take you guys' word for it. I'm all for you. You seem like you really know what you're talking about, but I'm going to read the statute. I can't imagine that's what it means.
Okay, I somewhat concur, but it surprises me. Commissioner Rice, did you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Nosad? Okay. I do have a couple questions, Mr. McCullough. I know that this has been kind of a burning issue for about 10 years, maybe, within the county in regards to whether or not, and I know you've been involved with this, whether or not we have recognized a need to expand the current JLEC Center or relocate some of the activities that take place in that current JLEC Center. And I know that you were involved in looking at the possible expansion of the existing facility. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you came up with a dollar number a few years ago, as I recall, in regards to the expansion of the current JLEC Center. And I believe that was somewhere in the 50 million, 55 million process. Am I wrong on that number?
Scott McCullough for the record. I don't recall the exact number, but it was greater than building a new building.
Right, much greater.
Yes.
Right, and it would have included also probably a parking facility that would be kind of an eyesore in our community. So the expansion of the current JLEC Center really, in my mind, because of the cost and because of that, I was looking for alternatives to that. And so that's why we bought the 57 acres and we proposed putting a new judicial center on that piece of property and taking all the judicial responsibilities, the 3 courthouses and the DA's office and all those peripheral needs out of that existing building to another facility. And as this community grows, there is a possibility that we might even require an additional East Fork Justice of the Peace. So that new facility that you're taking a look at and proposing that we spend money on developing here, it would include 4 courtrooms. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So this new facility, however, contrary to some out in the public who are publishing otherwise, okay, this is not an expansion of the jail, and no inmates would be housed in this new facility. I just want to make sure that I'm correct on that, so that's on the record and out in the public. Is that correct?
There is a component of the courthouse that holds incarcerated people for court. So there is a secure area for jailed persons.
Right, but it's not a permanent facility for the incarceration of inmates. It's simply to hold them in a secure location for themselves and the public safety as they are preparing to go to court. Is that correct?
Kevin Kwine with TSK for the record. That is correct. It is a temporary housing. It's strictly for housing those inmates that are coming from other locations transferred to the courthouse just to attend their court case in the courthouse itself. They
Right.
do not stay overnight or any other duration.
And of course, the biggest concern in that regard is the transportation of the inmates and the safety of the officers in the transporting of inmates from the current JLEC Center, Judicial and Law Enforcement Center, approximately a mile out to this proposed new facility. And in chats with Sheriff Coverly in that regard and his staff, they indicated to me that a lot of the arraignments take place online, such as Zoom or that platform. So most of those inmates are probably only going to be transported out to the proposed new center during the trial period process. So I can understand with all those security issues why the design and element may be a little bit more expensive than perhaps this type of building where we don't have any secure facilities. So, but previously I thought, and Ms. Willoughby, our Chief Financial Officer, is here, so maybe she has the answer to this. But when we previously looked at this facility back in August, I believe it was, July, August, we were looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 45 million for that building of that facility, and now you're giving us a number of 32 million. Is that correct? Did I make a mistake back in July?
No mistake. Again, when we talked about the projects, we talked about direct costs and indirect costs of a project. What we're dealing with, talking about the 32 million, is the direct cost for the structure for the building alone. There are other costs associated with the project. This one today before you for consideration. Permit fees, water fees, sewer fees. Those are all project fees that we talked to in sum, that 40 to 45 million.
Ms. Willoughby, did you have anything to add to that?
Terry Willoughby for the record. Mr. McCullough is correct. We were looking at a potential debt issuance of 40 million, which would include other things than just this construction. However, this design contract will give us actual costs that we'll be able to go out, and we'll be bringing back a debt proposal to the board, hopefully.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just wanted to get some things on the record regarding exactly what we're designing is a judicial center for courthouses and also houses, I understand it, the district attorney's element of our county criminal division into that building as well, and extracting all of that from the current judicial and law enforcement center we have here on Buckeye, so that we can then give that facility in total to the jail and other sheriff-related activities. Anyways, I wanted to make sure that was on the record. Thank you. Any other? Commissioner Hales.
So just in the interest of making sure we all have an accurate understanding, I looked up NRS 332.115, which says contracts which by their nature are not adapted to award by a competitive solicitation include contracts for B, professional services. So I understand that a competitive bid process is not required. I'm not familiar with an NRS that would forbid a competitive bid process. But I put a lot of trust in the fact that these choices are complex, and even without a competitive bid process, there could be some considerations that bring confidence in a choice. And so I guess with that, I would ask Mr. McCullough to describe how did you become confident that TSK is the organization you wanted to go with?
McCullough for the record. Thank you, Commissioner Heller. I'm more than happy to. Again, the relationship with TSK started with the community center project. It was a design, build, delivery method, which means that the contractor brings their architect to the project. That architect was TSK that was selected with Core Construction for that project. A design build project is similar to CMAR, where the owner, architect, and builder, work together to develop the schematic DDs and CDs, scopes of the work. So TSK, in that phase of the work, listened to the owner like no other architect we've typically have. They're receptive to our ideas and enabled us to fulfill our program as we saw fit, which was a great working relationship. At that time, we also then had talked about their experience in public safety and courthouse development and construction. And that's where, we saw the extensive record and experience they had in that. The first contract we executed with TSK was for space needs assessment back in 2014 or 2013. Over the next 9 years, the direction from the board has always been find me options, for this project. How do we do this most economically? And every study, we'd commissioned a contract with TSK to do those studies, from the possibility of purchasing and developing the old COD car dealership, the wool warehouse building as a possible space. So their knowledge and the results of those studies, have been acceptable to us the entire time. But what they have gained in the last 9 years is institutional knowledge of how the elected and the judges, operate and run their facilities. And that value that they'll bring from that experience is unmatchable. So with their experience, previous and to the work in this courthouse is excellent. And we couldn't find, a better fit with experience with the type of work and specifically for our work.
Thank you. And I didn't mean to, I of course defer to Mr. Ritchie if he has a better explanation on the NRS.
Actually, you might check the NAC that is specifically listed. It's just,
I see lights lighting up here, so we'll go to Commissioner Noasad. I don't think he's weighed in on this yet, and then we'll come back to you, Commissioner Tarkanian.
All right, with respect to the schedule, from project verification down to agency approvals, are all of these working in tandem or in parallel?
Kevin Kwan for the record. Those are all happening sequentially. So we would
one in front of the other?
Yes, sir.
So then you're saying that 3.5 years is when we'll open the doors and occupy the building?
For the design efforts that this proposal is covering, program verification down to agency approvals, we're anticipating that to be just under a year and a half. The additional construction effort, once CMAR is on board and the contractor is available.
So construction won't start until those are all finished?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have
Mr.
some
Tarkanian.
follow-up questions with respect to Commissioner Hale's statement. At first, I just asked during our break if the county district attorney can find the paragraph the county manager is alluding to in section 388. It very well could be in there, but I've tried to go through it and I haven't found it yet. I'm not nearly as adept as you find it. That was quick on what you found. But if there is something in there, I would like to know, because it would make this whole discussion mute. But with respect to what you stated, and again, I mean, everything you're saying that's important about having an engineer that can help you with all those things, and he may save some cost in other areas of construction with some of these expertise you said. But when Commissioner Hales asked you how you picked this person without having any other bids in, you gave every explanation except cost. And to me, as a county manager, we need to be prudent with the money that we're spending for the county. Very, very prudent considering how expensive this project is. So I would think cost would be a big part of it also. And if you can demonstrate to the board or demonstrate to me, listen, I'm only one vote, but I know where I'm leaning. If you can demonstrate to me that his proposal would at least be as cost effective because of his expertise and everything else, even if it's more than somebody else, that would be wonderful. But I haven't heard you say that, and I don't even know how you can. The NRS that Commissioner Hales stated does not state you don't go out and get another bid. It just says it doesn't go through the competitive bid process, which 388 is very long and comprehensive, and there's a lot of requirements, and I can understand why they wouldn't want a professional company to go through all those requirements. My best friend is a general contractor. His name's Chichi Bangachia. I helped him start his company. It's called Bentar Development. He built my first building. I have 5 of them I built. I haven't used him since because he's too expensive. Now, he is by far better than the people I've used, but I had to weigh a benefit to cost of, do I want to pay how much he's charging now to build a building compared to the type of building I'm having? And that's what we should be doing as county commissioners. We want to have a great building, but we don't have an unlimited budget. We're going to be borrowing money at a higher rate than we thought, and we've already come in over budget. And I haven't heard anything to show me that you've looked to make sure this is the best price. You are probably the best architect we could hire, but we can't hire you for anything. I mean, if we know what other people are willing to do it for, we can know if he's able to, if his price is good or not. And I haven't heard you say anything to show me otherwise.
Commissioner Nosad.
In reading the item 4 again, this is to complete the engineering and design, period. We're not talking about construction or anything else, correct?
Scott McCullough for the record. The scope of the work is, right, design work, but also includes in their construction assistance or contract administration, as we call it.
Okay, so all of that has a price tag of $3,493,000. Is that correct? Thank you. And then these are the final is the estimated cost of 32 billion, whoa, million include that cost?
No, it does not. Again, the TSK contract for consideration is in the project cost, which is exclusive from the 32 direct costs for the building.
Okay, so then we have to deal with bricks and mortar and after that?
Right, all direct, the bricks and mortar are in that direct cost of 32 million.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Rice, any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. This is for possible action. Yes, Commissioner. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Cates wanted to say something. Mr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this will help give the board some confidence in this, but as Director of Administration, my last job, I oversaw the State Public Works Division and sat on the Public Works Board. And I can tell you the state's CIP program to build state buildings is large, sometimes as much as $1 billion or more in a session. And we would go through an annual process, the staff would go through an annual process of qualifying professional services firms for design, engineering, architecture every year and qualify those bidders. And they would pick those firms for projects based on their competency and experience in that area. And I can tell you that TSK is often, I think always, an approved professional service contractor for that, and they were used on some very big projects for the state. They have an impeccable reputation, and although we don't put them out to bid. Certainly, staff did reviews after every project to look at the performance of those professional services, whether the quality of the work was good, as well as that the cost was competitive with the marketplace based on other projects they have done. So it's not a bid process per se, but I don't know if that helps, because it's a lot bigger scope and a lot more firms that were looked at a state level, and TSK is definitely one of the best firms out there in the state. Thank you.
Commissioner Hales?
I just want to make sure I heard right. Mr. McCauley, the customary percentage of this work in relation to the build cost is what? Can you say that again?
Scott McCullough for the record, right? We've always used 10 to 15%, as a range for architectural fees for any project in building budget.
And this is well within that.
Yes, this is 10.9% of the 32 million for design fee services.
Thank you. I would just state that I'm very comfortable with this decision, that I think that it's a complex situation, and I think the value of having someone who's been along the whole way is very high, and I think the likelihood that there would be significant savings by seeking other professionals' bids or quotes or whatever. I don't think I don't think there would be significant savings, and I think it would not be worth the time that it takes, and I think we would lose the incredibly valuable knowledge that's already built in and background because of the work that's already been done. So I'm in favor of this.
Okay. If we have no other questions from the board or comments, this is an actionable item, so we need to go to public comment. So at this time, we will take public comment on item 4 to approve a professional service contract with Tate Snyder. Please keep your comments once again to this particular item. Is there anybody here that wishes to offer public comment? Doesn't appear so. So, Ms. Elgis, is there anybody online who wishes to offer public comment?
Yes, we do have one individual here for public comment online.
Jason Gibson on behalf of the Maladministration Audit Committee for Douglas County. First and foremost, this issue belongs in the committees that we appointed in the last meeting. The overview on our website, Douglas County, states that the board receives timely input and information regarding issues and potential impact. This has an enormous impact on our county. It is the highest capital investment in the history of our county. Was supposed to come before the Debt Commission, which is NOASAD's board, should have been on the table of the Audit Committee. Those committees are supposed to be looking at the actual numbers behind these investments. They keep fabricating what it's going to cost. There are so many details that they have not been filtered through these committees for a reason. And the reason is they don't have any factual basis for this investment. This is not an investment by the people for the people. This is an investment by the shareholders and those committee-elect who are completely disconnected from reality. None of these commissioners have any business in that court building. I would be willing to bet none of them have even been in the court building, not like I have been. What is the basis of the qualification of this firm? It should go through the Debt Committee and the Audit Committee. And we should have a better understanding as to why there's such a sliding scale in all of these numbers. Patrick Cate downplays the numbers in the yearly Audit Committee report. Mark Gardner obviously is an advocate downplaying the numbers for this. Before Commissioner Angles left, he identified 17 million in debt that would go on top of the 40 million. That's 57 million, plus the 5 million for the land, that's 62 million. with hyperinflation and the problems coming down, it's going to easily push $70 million. We have other priorities to focus on. It says here underneath our responsibilities of committee members that those who are holding public meetings should solicit community input. Well, there is no community input because the boards aren't communicating with the committees, and the people on the committee boards aren't serving the function that they're supposed to be serving under the board's normal procedures. Where's the public opinion poll that justifies this investment? There is none. Okay, so we have a situation where we have an unfriendly jail-like facility. It's a situation where you're fleeced at the door and then shadowed for conducting your public business. They've moved the public.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Is there any additional, Ms. Elgis, is there any additional public comment online?
Melissa Elgis, for the record, there is no additional public comment online at this time.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Is there any additional questions or comments by the commissioners? Okay, entertain a motion to approve item number 4. Was anybody?
I move approval of a professional services contract with Tate Snyder Kimsey Architects Limited to complete the engineering and design for a new Douglas County Judicial Center in an amount not to exceed $3,493,000 and authorize the county manager to sign the agreement and any related documents.
I will second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the professional services contract with Tate Snyder Kimsey Architects Ltd. to complete the engineering and design for a new Douglas County Judicial Center in an amount not to exceed $3.493 million and authorize the county manager to sign the agreement with any related documents. Any further questions or discussion on that particular motion? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye, and I'd like to state my reason on the record as the
Okay,
vote.
why don't, you can do that after I announce the vote, please. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay.
No.
Oh, you didn't say, I thought you, okay. You did say aye.
I said aye after you said any no, so I made that.
Oh, okay. So,
Yes, I was voting no because you asked for that.
okay, well, that was confusing. That was confusing for me. So we have I vote by Commissioner Rice, I vote by Commissioner Hales, I vote by Commissioner Noasad and myself, and we have one no vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Tarkanian. So, okay, motion passes 4-1. Thank you.
Okay, and as I.
And now you may, yes, if you want to state the reasons for your no.
Yeah, as a norms of procedure state, you should put on the record if you disagree with the vote and the reasons why. I think, Mr. Kwan, you were very impressive. I'm sure you're going to do a great job. But the most important responsibility for this board is to be fiscally responsible with the money that it is being taken from the taxpayers. I don't believe it's fiscally responsible to accept a contract of $3.5 million, just about, without having some idea what the other qualified architects and engineers would be. I haven't seen anything from the NRS that states we're supposed to. If there is, and I'm wrong on this reasoning, but I think I don't let anybody do any work on my projects unless I have multiple bids so I can see what it is. And I certainly take into consideration the quality of the person. You don't want somebody who's not. So the reason I'm voting against it is I have not heard from Mr. McCullough anything that showed that there was a discussion or an evaluation on the cost of the $3.5 million that is in this contract, and Mr. McCullough's statement that the industry standards of 10 to 15% across the board is just not accurate. It goes up and down based upon the cost of a building. I don't know what the cost is at a $40 million building, but I do know for developer fees, it can be as high as 14%. It could be as low as 0.5% based upon how much they're building. I assume it works the same way with the architect. I'm happy with the vote because I'm sure you do a great job, but I'm not going to put my name to it if I don't know it's the fiscally best way to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian. Okay, item number 5. Item number 5 is for possible action, discussion to approve 2 contracts retroactively from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 with Justin M. Clauser Esquire for a total not to exceed amount of $48,000, $24,000 per contract to provide legal services to the drug and misdemeanor treatment courts as part of the Douglas County Indigent Defense Program during fiscal year 2022-23 and authorize county manager to execute all necessary contract documents. This is being presented by County Manager Patrick Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Patrick Cates. So item number 5 is somewhat related to item number 6, and that's why they're all on the agenda today. Mr. Clauser has been providing the services for the drug and misdemeanor treatment courts for some time. As the board knows, the county took over from the judiciary the Indigent Defense Program. And these services are very specific and exclusive to those 2 programs, the drug and misdemeanor treatment courts. And when we took over the program from the courts, we've had quite a bit of, I would say, cleanup to do to make sure that we were contracting in a standard that was consistent with the county. There weren't always contracts in place, particularly when we first took over the program. We lost some of our indigent defense contractors, you may recall, and the board approved increasing those contracts. At that time, the board, the courts were, by necessity, had to appoint attorneys, and we did not always have contracts in place for them. They would allow attorneys to invoice, was my understanding, rather than having a professional services contract. So we've been chasing those contracts and getting them approved and signed. Most of them are under my signature authority. Mr. Clauser's are very specific to these services and do not conflict with the Indigent Defense Coordinator services that we'll talk about in item 6. And the main reason that they're on here is to make sure you are aware of that. These are retroactive contracts beginning of the fiscal year. And the total amount that the county is contracting with Mr. Clauser includes both of these contracts as well as the Indigent Defense Coordinator services identified in item 6. And because of that overall dollar amount, that's one of the primary reasons why we put this on the agenda today. Hope that's clear. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions by commissioners. Before we go into that, I want to recede a little bit back to item number 4 and indicate I think it's very, very important that we respect the rights of our fellow commissioners to dissent on an item. And if they are the sole dissenter, I have no problem. I think we should not have a problem with that. So I commend Commissioner Tarkanian for if he's uncomfortable, or any of us are uncomfortable with an item, we should feel free to dissent.
I'm going to hold you to that on number 7.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. No. Okay. Now, back to item number 5. Do any of the commissioners have any questions regarding item number 5 to County Manager Patrick Cates? Commissioner Rice, any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay, Commissioner Hales, Tarkanian, no sad. I do not either. So we'll go to public comment. Is there anybody here that wishes to offer public comment? Seeing none, I will go to online. Ms. Elgis, is there? Oh, Ms. Gil Salinas. Boy, you keep you're down there, and I can't see through Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie. So, okay. Ms. Gil Salinas, is there anybody online who wishes to offer public comment on item 5? And I ask once again, you keep your comments to the approval or not approval of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eunice Gil Salinas for the record. We do have someone raising their hand. Jason, do you have public comment on number 5?
Of course we do. Jason Gibson, Citizens Coalition for Justice in Douglas County and beyond. Of course, having spent a great deal of time with the family services courts and with courts all throughout Oregon, The reason why we're opposed to funding any further agents on behalf of the Crown who are operating under titles of nobility unconstitutionally, practicing so-called law, which is really just the color of law. Bar attorneys are British accredited registered agents. As officers of the court, their first oath is to the court. It's not to their clients. We'd be better off redirecting those monies and educating our students, our people, and the general populace as to what real law is and how to represent themselves. These attorneys are not in our best interest. They're just doing business as usual. They could care less. And until we address the maladministration and the unlawful practices in our courts, then any further investment in any of the agents that are banking off this criminal economy of yours should be thoroughly on ice, re-examined, because these are the people who are perpetuating the problems, who are exasperating the perpetual states of emergency, throwing more money after problems that they have no intention on fixing. They don't want you to know the law. They don't want you to know how to represent yourself. They don't know anything about status or standing or citizenship. And if you did know something about it, Douglas County, then you would not be subject to the false authority of these courts and these agents who are operating with titles of nobility unconstitutionally within the state of Nevada.
Thank you. Ms. Gil Salinas, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no further public comment online.
Bring it back to the board then. Any other questions by the board members? If none, I will entertain a motion. Anybody wish to offer a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I will.
Oh.
That's all right. After you.
I move approval of 2 contracts retroactively from July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 with Justin M. Clauser Esquire as presented. Or do I have to read the amount? I guess I'll read the amount. For a total not to exceed amount of $48,000, which is $24,000 per contract as presented.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the 2 contracts retroactively from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 with Justin M. Clauser Esquire for a total not to exceed amount of $48,000, which is $24,000 per contract, to provide legal services to the drug and misdemeanor treatment courts as part of the Douglas County Indigent Defense Program during fiscal year 2022, and authorize the county manager to execute all necessary contract documents. Any discussion on that motion? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Cates. And you have the next item also, I believe. Item number 6. After item number 6, we are going to take a 1-hour break for refreshments, and then we'll come back for items 7 and 8 after that. So for possible action, discussion to approve a contract between Douglas County and Justin Clauser Esquire with Clauser Wasick and Associates LTD to provide an on-as-needed basis legal services as the coordinator of the county's indigent legal defense program at a rate of $125 per hour, not to exceed $75,000 for fiscal year 2022-23. Mr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this agenda item is for, as you stated, the Indigent Defense Coordinator. Last year, the board, I believe that was last year, appointed Derek Lopez to that role, and we had a contract with him. Mr. Lopez gave us notice that he would be terminating that contract effective December 11th. Mr. Lopez, my understanding is he took a job at the State Attorney General's office and could no longer provide those services. He helped us look for an alternative for this role. Mr. Clauser was willing to do that, and of course he has a long history of work with the county. It took a little bit of time back and forth to come to terms on the contract. I will note that this contract is substantially less in total a dollar amount than the contract we had with Mr. Lopez. That's due partly because it's a partial year contract, but also because this board approved an administrative assistant to help with some of the administrative functions of this program. We have filled that position, and that alleviates some of the work from the attorney. You know, it's a pretty expensive way to do administrative work, to have an attorney do it. So that's why the dollar amount is less, and this contract is also retroactive to December 12th. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so Mr. Cates, I did notice fiscal year 2022-23, and we're 7 months into that contract year. So this $75,000 does include some it's not $75,000 that's indicated as needed between now and the end of the year, but we also have a month or so that is covered also. Is that right?
Correct. We're requesting approval retroactive to December 12th.
December 12th.
Which is the
Okay.
day after Mr. Lopez's resignation.
Should that be in this motion or not necessarily, because we've indicated a full fiscal year there?
It's in the background. I don't think it needs to be.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. The recommended motion includes the language as presented. In other words, the contract as presented to the board should be approved, which is retroactive to December 12th.
Very good. Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Rice?
No, sir.
Commissioner Hales? Tarkanian, no? No said? No? Okay, then we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, all those, is Ms. Gil Salinas, is there public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eunice Goselinas for the record. We do have someone raising their hand. Jason, do you have public comment?
Of course I do. Jason Gibson, Citizens Coalition for Justice. Like every other facet of our municipal, state, and federal governments, this is another facet of government that is completely failing us and unjustly enriching themselves and their colleagues in the criminal enterprise of the war economy. You can't get you can't get representation for $125 per hour, which is precisely why so many people are taking plea bargains. I think it's like a 95% plea bargain rate. We want the county to strike the word indigent from the legal defense program. You got to lay, for those of us who know better, and I just got a Supreme Court ruling reversing one of your criminal mischief schemes and your disorderly conduct schemes and the other misdemeanor schemes that you run in Douglas County, because it's the same racketeering cartel from here to Oregon and all throughout the 1260 maladministration of government today. So we're opposed to any further funding of a pseudo justice system claiming to represent the peace, claiming to represent law and order, when all they're doing is manufacturing criminals, creating the problems that they're being paid to fix. State of Oregon just shut down their public defense system 5 years ago. We brought it to the public's attention. It was unconstitutional, made headline news. Now they close the whole thing down and they're just sending people to mental wards because they don't have representatives claiming that they're not paying their attorneys enough, trying to blame the system for not properly funding the attorneys, which is true. But what's more true is that the attorneys, they don't represent. They don't represent the people. They don't answer the phone calls. They don't disclose due process or basic rights. They could easily provide a web introduction into the flow chart of the circumstances. They don't do that. They don't want you to know what's going on. So we're opposed to any further development of your criminal enterprise, Douglas County. We'll be talking to the AG about an injunction to put some of this to, well, at least to slow it down. And then we'll be coming for those COVID reports and going for those oaths and bonds and picking up the pace here. Nice doing business with you.
Thank you. Ms. Gil-Salinas, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no further public comment online.
Okay, I bring it back to the board. I did have one question for Mr. Cates. Is it not required by NRS, the state, to have a county indigent legal defense program?
For the record, Patrick Cates, yes, that is correct. It's prescribed by state law, and they made some substantial changes to that law. I believe it was last legislative session.
Okay. And the other question I had for you is, this is a county cost, not an individual indigent cost. Would that be correct?
For the record, Patrick Cates, yes. And this particular contract is not for legal representation services to indigents. It's for the coordinator to assign attorneys to cases and make sure everything is being handled orderly for them. And also, these are county costs, and we also get some reimbursement from the state above a certain threshold as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Hales, you had a question?
I have a motion.
Oh, you had a motion. Okay.
I move to approve a contract between Douglas County and Justin Clauser Esquire with Clauser, Wasik and Associates to provide on an as-needed basis legal services as the coordinator of the county's indigent legal defense program at a rate of $125 per hour, not to exceed $75,000 for fiscal year 22-23.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the contract between Douglas County and Justin Clauser Esquire with Clauser Wasik Associates LTD to provide it on as-needed basis legal services as the coordinator of the county's indigent legal defense program at a rate of $125 per hour, not to exceed $75,000 for fiscal year 22-23. Is there any other discussion on that particular motion? Sensing none, I'll entertain, I ask for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Okay. It is 1:08. How about we return, at 2? I'm good with that. We will return at 2 p.m. and go into items number 7 and number 8. Thank you. Meeting's now in recess.
Recording.
Okay, it is
Recording in progress.
2:01. Commissioner Rice has joined us again on Zoom, and all the other 4 commissioners are here in chambers. And we have staff, fully staffed. So we'll call the meeting back to order and go into item number 7 for possible action. Discussion to review and update the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners' norms and procedures and direct staff to bring forward a resolution incorporating any requested change to the norms and procedures at a future board meeting. Mr. Cates, this has got your name on it, so I'll let you start it off and then we can go from there. Do you have anything that you would like to share with us in regards to this process?
So the norms and procedures are attached. It covers a lot of different areas, including, I think, the issue Commissioner Tarkanian wanted to talk about, which is the placement of items on the agenda. I don't have a lot of specific things to say as far as that particular issue. I did look at, I asked some other counties for information on how they do that, and I'd be happy to talk about that when you guys get to that part of the conversation, yeah.
So, last year when we did this, I thought personally, and I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I thought personally that we probably went through it a little bit too rapidly last year and really didn't look at it from a line-by-line item status and standpoint. I'd like to be a little bit more, if you guys are in concurrence, I'd like to be a little bit more deliberative in that process this year. So I'd like to go through it line item by line item and see if you have suggestions for changes, and not necessarily pass any solid changes today, but also once we recommend changes, to let that digest a little bit and come back maybe in 2 weeks when we normally meet again, and we want to take into account maybe any changes we might and their unintended consequences. So just to digest it in our own minds and bodies for a couple of weeks, and then bring it back at our February 2nd meeting, and maybe if we have any more changes, we can make those changes then also. If not, and if we're good with the document, then we can go ahead and ask staff to bring it back in resolution form 2 weeks thereafter. How do you feel about that?
The board norms and procedures as needed every 2 years, and this was last done in March of '22.
Right, so you're indicating we're a little bit early on that, except that I think the reason and maybe staff can help me with this, but I think the reason that was said every 2 years is because I think the intention is to review it every 2 years when we had new commissioners that were seated on this board. And so there wouldn't be necessarily a need to review it when all 5 commissioners had already been in office for a year. However, what happened is that 2 years ago in 2021, and Commissioner Ingalls was on this board and he was serving as chair, we did not review the norms and procedures that year. Okay, so when I became chair last year, I felt it was important that we review that document. So that's why we reviewed it last year. And we've had some concerns of commissioners, including myself, by the way, in regards to the norms and procedures. And with a new commissioner, Commissioner Hales on the board, I think it's appropriate that we do review it, and that's been indicated by Commissioner Tarkanian, yourself, myself, Commissioner Rice, is because we just want to go through it and make sure that we're all completely on the same page as much as we possibly can. How do you feel? Do you want to take the time to go by line item, or and I'd rather not. I'd like to try to go in an orderly manner, so not get back to page 9 and then come back to page 2 and then go to page 7.
I might not go line by line, but page by page, and ask if anyone has changes on the page. I don't think we need to read every
That sounds
line.
acceptable. Commissioner Rice, you're good with all that? You're muted.
Staff signal on mute. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so page by page sounds good to me. Commissioner Tarkanian, you good? And
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so why don't we do that, and then you're good with doing as I suggested, then basically tabling it for 2 weeks, come back and take another look at it.
Sure, yes.
And then finally ask staff to bring forward a resolution. Okay, so we can go into page 1, and please don't wait to be recognized me, but don't trip over another commissioner.
I'd like to add respectful to the first line.
Okay,
Conduct
where are
its-
we at here?
First sentence.
The first,
Conduct
with
its
the first
business-
whereas?
Yes.
Okay,
Conduct its business in an orderly, timely, respectful, and fair manner. Just respectful in there somewhere.
okay. So I'm going to mark up my hard copy here on respectful. Okay. I think that's appropriate, right, guys? Okay. Anything else on page 1 that you see that might be, why don't you take a minute to read it, just in case you haven't already? And okay. So are we, okay. Everybody good on page 1? It looks like Commissioner Narset is scanning. And after we do this, of course, this is a actionable item, so we'll go to public comment after that.
Make a general comment.
What's that?
Under section 1, that's in the public interest. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your microphone is on, but
There. In item A under section 1, commissioners and staff shall. And I think wherever it says will in here, we should insert shall. Because that's definitive in will.
it's synonymous. Shall and will is synonymous, but I don't have any. We can replace every will in this document to shall.
Yeah, it works.
You know.
What sentence are we talking about? B?
Well, so section 1, item A, line A, it says commissioners and staff shall recognize, but in line 2, it says will work versus shall work. And
Right.
line 3 is commissioners will ensure, and Commissioner Noasad is recommending they change from will to shall. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So who's going to review this document? Who's going to make these changes? Doug, you are Commissioner, not Commissioner, Deputy DA. You're going to work together collaboratively to make these changes. Okay. So we're basically making a, what is it? Is it a blue line copy right now? Is that red line? Okay, red line copy. I wasn't sure what the, pink or yellow or green or, so it's a red line problem. Okay. Just trying to put some humor in here. Okay. This is kind of okay. So, okay. Section 2, advocacy, any things there? So I think line B of section 2, advocacy, when representing their individual opinions and positions, commissioners shall explicitly state that they do not represent the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, nor will they allow the inference that they do. So as we all make our public appearances and we get questions about either previous board items or coming up board items, it's probably important for us to say, these are my personal opinions or something to that nature to indicate that you're not speaking on behalf of the board or additional or other commissioners. So, okay, line 2, page 2, I guess, right? Okay.
Are we there?
I'm good with 2.
Oh, just highlighted stuff that.
I'm just going to make a statement here, and I think, and I didn't know where to make it at the beginning, when we get to something, or now, and I just figured probably now is the most appropriate place. Look, we need to have some type of rules that we follow to have an orderly, respectful, and cohesive board, and I'm all for that. Some of the stuff that's in here are things that would, one, prevent the Board of County Commissioners from doing their responsibilities, which I would not agree to under any circumstances, and 2, infringe upon our First Amendment rights of speaking out on certain things that we have. And I'll discuss those when we get there, which is fine. I mean, we'll get to that. But with respect to the role of the chair, because I think, again, this is where we got into this issue of what I've been complaining about publicly. And it deals with what the role of the chair is with respect to the timing of an agenda item. There is nowhere in Section 3 where it talks about the chair having a role in the timing item. And I don't believe he should have had it, and I think that was a complete violation of the rules of procedures. That being said, I understand the need for the chair to have somewhat discretion to put an item on the agenda, maybe not the first meeting if it's full, or the second, but at a very, very reasonable period of time, and I don't have language for it. But it cannot be prolonged under the chair's discretion, because that's not his responsibility. It's all 5 county commissioners were elected, and all of us are trying to advocate positions we believe in, policy positions we believe in. And many times, we're not going to get them done, which is part of being on a board. But the most important thing is the transparency and what we provide to the public, so they understand what's going on, and they can say, hey, I like the votes this county commissioner's taken, or the actions this county commissioner's taken. I don't like other ones. And then they can vote that way. But if they don't know what's going on, then they can't. And to me, the transparency is going to be is the most important thing. And I don't think the board has a legal authority to regulate transparency, nor do I think anybody that we represent would want that either. So going to number 3, I don't have any problems with anything that says in number 3. I think it's all well written. The only thing I disagree with is I don't believe the chair, I don't believe the chair cannot have the discretion to withhold an agenda item for an unreasonable period of time, particularly when it could influence the vote. And that's the issue that I've had. I've made it very clear publicly. That's going to get back to maybe section 9. But I brought it up now because we're talking about the role of the chair and the authority of the chair. And when I had these issues, and I spoke with Mr. Cates, he said, well, it's up to the chair to determine when it goes to the board. Then I went to the district attorney, assistant district attorney, Doug Ritchie, and he said it's up to the chair to determine the time. And I said, where does it say that in the norms and procedures? And he said it doesn't, but that's been the tradition. Well, you can't say that's been the tradition when you have specific roles, nor, and I'm going to say this, and I want this on the record, nor is it fair. I mean, look at, I could be in the minority on every single issue on the board, but I was elected by people in this district, and they have a right to hear the items that I want to discuss. You know, assuming we're not just trying to be take up time and abuse the process, but they have a right to hear every item, have it thoroughly discussed in a reasonable, timely manner, and then and have a vote taken, and the vote's been denied, then those people who hear that item will have an opportunity to go to the ballot box when these commissioners are up or a new commissioner is going to run and decide if that's what they want. So we're going to get to Rule 9, and I think 9 is very clear, and it says any county commissioner can have an item put on the agenda, and I believe that's important. I don't believe you should have 3 county commissioners that did that. In fact, I had some proposal that somebody had mentioned to me. Commissioner Ritchie said, not Commissioner, District Attorney Ritchie had mentioned that some discussion was 2, and I was thinking, okay, well, that might be fine because you want to have some kind of support for it. But the more I think about that, well, what if the other commissioners just don't like it, but this is what this person who was elected by the county people, and they think that the county should have an opportunity here. Why do we have open meeting laws? Why do we do all this stuff in front of the public? We do it so they can hear what our discussions are. And if you prevent a county commissioner from putting forth an item that they feel is important, then you're taking away the open meeting laws. In a roundabout way, it's a violation of the open meeting law. You won't let them discuss in the public. We're going to let the board, we're going to let a chairman decide when an item is going to be heard, if at all, or we're going to allow 3 commissioners or 2 commissioners to decide when an item's going to be built, be heard if one commissioner wants it. So when we're on section 2, and that's why I brought it up now. I
Okay.
think section 2 is fine. I just don't think it's been applied correctly. And I
So-
don't think tradition trumps what was said there.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to offer some comments also in that regard, Commissioner Tarkanian. And I'm going to delay most of it until we get to section 9, of course. But I share some of your concerns. And I can assure you, and Commissioner Noisette knows this because he was vice chair at the time, but I asked for a couple of items on the agenda, and the previous chair denied the putting of those on the agenda. Okay, so I was a victim. I've been a victim of that particular clause myself. And so I want that corrected because I'm not going to be chair forever, by the way. We're going to get into number 9. When we get into number 9, then we'll discuss that, yes. I think you'll also see that in recognition of that, of your concerns, and my concerns also, because, once again, I've been a victim of this, and a number of commissioners have been a victim of the chair using over discretion, and I'm concerned about that as well, and I don't want the commissioners to feel that way either, okay? So that's why I took the opportunity to reach out to other jurisdictions to find out how they go about putting things on the agenda. And so if you look at line item number 8 here today, if you look at that, the very last line is something that I asked Mr. Cates to put it in.
What section?
No, I'm talking about in our agenda for today. If you look at item number 8, you will see the very last item says, any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Okay, so we're trying to accommodate the ability of commissioners at the very last item on the agenda to suggest to staff and amongst themselves items that they would like to see on future agendas. And then we're looking at a possible procedure to go about doing that in an orderly manner. Because, once again, I've been a victim of it. I know other commissioners have been a victim of that in previous boards. I know Commissioner Ingalls was extremely, he was prevented from probably bringing 10 or 15 items to this board, and that's disappointing. So whether or not the commissioners agree with him, or whether or not the chair or multiple members agree with him, I think every commissioner's items should be at least heard. That doesn't mean that because they are on the agenda doesn't mean that the chair or the vice chair or anybody else necessarily supports those items. It's just that they are on the item, they are on the agenda for discussion, and if there's 3 commissioners that agree on it, then it gets passed. So, but we'll get to section 9 and we'll discuss that more in specifics. So we don't have any changes on page, page 2 of 11, section 3, right?
That's 2 of 12.
Is everybody good with that?
That's 2 of 12, by the way.
Is it 2 of 12? Okay.
got a different
Bottom of my page says 2 of 11, but maybe we don't have the same document printed, that's all. And if I'm missing a page, I need to know that. Okay, so,
Just for curiosity's sake.
oh, that's just the signatures, so
I know
maybe.
that, but what do you have? What do you have there?
What's
Your
that?
Your last page.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have 1111. Maybe I got an old copy.
Yeah,
I got an older copy than
pulled
you.
this one off,
Okay, so
yesterday.
maybe the font's changed and it shrunk it up a little bit. I don't know. But I think I have the whole thing, so let's go through it, okay? The third page, section 4, right? Role of the commissioner? Is that the same page that I'm looking at?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look closely at number 2 and think about public comment. that we've had since Jason has come aboard.
I think they want you to speak into the microphone there, but.
Commissioner conduct.
Uh,
All right.
You know, the inappropriate behavior, derogatory, or damages the perception of the, is derogatory and damages the perception of the county. Mr. Ritchie, I think that particular clause is now incorporated into our opening dialogue on our agendas, perhaps, maybe not in that exact language.
Chairman Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. That's correct. However, that doesn't have any force of effect. Your norms and procedures are your rules that you want to enforce among yourselves.
Yeah, so that's not directing members of the public.
No.
It's our behavior.
Yeah.
Right.
I withdraw my
Okay.
comment.
That's right, because we're on the role of the commissioner, not on the role of the public. Okay.
I would note that I think these are too long, but it would take some wordsmithing and some investment to make them shorter, and I don't think we need to do that this year. But I think that Section 4, Paragraph 4 is
Yes.
duplicated in section, on page 7. Let me see, what section is that?
Page.
Also, Section 4, H, number 1.
So you're suggesting we may want to just strike that particular clause? entirely?
Merge or put it one place or the other.
Yeah, okay. That's Section 4, number 4. Commissioners shall give a signal to the chair to indicate they want to speak. The chair will acknowledge each commissioner before they begin speaking. Apparently, we have that duplicated in a number of sections. So we only need it once.
So the two are Section 4A4 and Section 4H1.
A1. Okay. So we can go through there and make sure that we don't have duplicate language, right? Is what you're suggesting?
Well, combine them,
Or combine them? Okay.
because under the Section 4, Paragraph 4, it's telling the commissioner what he should do.
Right.
And then obtaining the floor tells the other commissioners how to get the attention.
Well, they serve a different purpose. I'm okay. Just one.
Maybe it serves, yeah, maybe it needs, yeah, okay, okay. And I've always looked at this one, Mr. Tarkanian, and I think we talked about that earlier, Section 4A6. Once a vote is taken on an issue, each commissioner will individually support the law or policy made by the board. If a commissioner wants it to be reconsidered, he or she will inform the board. As you know, when we pass an ordinance or make a motion, in order for us to reconsider that takes a supermajority of 4 commissioners to vote to reconsider the issue. And then once we vote to reconsider the issue, then it would only take a simple majority to pass a change of that. But is that what that is speaking to, Mr. Ritchie? Section 4, A6.
I think that's not a bad, I think that's a good rule. I think it should be written in here.
Okay.
If it takes a supermajority to bring an already decided matter back to the board, it should be written in here.
You can't do that for, I mean, you want to put a time period in it.
Well, I think that's regulated by NRS, is it not, Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Doug Ritchie, for the record. There are provisions in both NRS and county code that talk about what the vote that's required to bring back an item. And I don't, depending on the item, depends on what the vote is required.
See, I don't think we necessarily want to start stating
Okay.
code in this document.
Well, we
But-
don't want to talk about code, but we should probably mention in 6, that if let's say, once a vote is taken, you're done with it. But now, once I bring up a motion for reconsideration of this particular item based on da-da-da-da, that's going to take a supermajority.
Right, but that's in NRS and county code, so we don't
Yeah, I know.
necessarily have to state it in this document, I don't think.
I think it would be,
Do you think it would be wise?
I think the mention of a for vote, yeah, it should be.
Okay, reference, yeah, we can reference county code and NRS. Yeah,
Mr. Chair?
That's good. What's that, Commissioner Rice?
I believe that what this is talking about isn't about bringing anything back. I think what this is talking about is, in years past, if a commissioner didn't like a decision made by the board, historically, how do I put this in a nice way? A commissioner who disagreed with the vote had been known to go out in the public in saying that the other commissioners were all wet and it was a wrong thing to do, or they had this going on or that going on. I think what this is talking to is that we as commissioners, after something has been decided, we shouldn't go out in public and badmouth the other members of the board because they didn't like the decision. And that's what I see number 6 as being, and not as to what should be brought back or not brought back. But I think that's the conduct it's discussing.
So what you're talking about, and it says commissioner conduct in general, so what you're talking about is, and I can understand, and I've always had a question about this, and certainly in respect to our First Amendment rights. Is that what you're?
Well, if you don't like what was decided,
yeah,
without disparaging the other members of the board, you can go out and say, this is what the board decided. I personally disagree with it, and not go into berating the other members of the board. I think that's what this is talking about.
Commissioner Turkey, just let me state it for just a second. I agree with what you're saying, and I've witnessed the opposite, where commissioners have gone out and said, these 3 commissioners disagree with me, and here's the reason I felt like I was entitled. I think we have a responsibility to our constituents to go out to the public and basically defend our vote. I think that's important, that we have the right to go out into the public and defend our vote if it was, whether it was in the majority or the minority, and say, here are the reasons that I voted for this. This is the way I saw it. That doesn't mean that I voted against Commissioner Hales. I didn't. It's not that I voted against Commissioner Tarkanian or Commissioner Noasad. It's just that we had a difference of opinion on this, and this is the way I saw the issue, and because I think our constituents have that right to hear us and why we dissented on a particular issue, without necessarily calling out the other commissioners in that regard.
Right. That's exactly what I'm trying to say, is that if you disagree with something that was decided, you should be able to say, I disagreed with the majority, and this is why, without doing it in a way that impugns the integrity of the other members.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tarkanian, and then
I think this
Commissioner.
can be written.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Hales.
I think this can be written to prohibit disparaging, critical, belittling comments, but not prevent explanations of, the majority did this, I disagree, and this is why.
Right.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. See how well I follow the norms and procedures? I actually agree with everything you said, Mr. Commissioner Rice and Commissioner Gardner, but that's not the way this is written, or at least it could be interpreted the other way. When it says you need to support the law, yes, you're going to have to support whatever the vote was done, but you absolutely have a right, and I don't believe the board has the authority, the legal authority, to say you can't explain to your constituents who are going to either vote for you again if you run for re-election, or at least determine how they're going to think of you, why you voted that way and why you disagreed with the board. And when you, I have a problem with the word criticism, because when you talk about why you voted against somebody, you're going to give reasons that may be critical of the other person's decision. But when you talk about belittling, taking personal shots, that's completely wrong. And that should be stopped. And I think, as Commissioner Hale said, if you put something in here that's more about personal attacks as opposed to policy statements, I think it's great. If it's not, I don't, there's no way that, I'm not gonna follow norms and procedures that are passed that prevent me from being able to communicate in a respectful manner to the public my positions compared to the rest of the board. I don't think the board has a legal basis to do that.
I don't think
Shall we put something in here that says that a commissioner shall now call out individual members of the board and basically take issue with the majority decision? I don't know. Tell me.
I'm sorry. You had something to say.
I think you can be belittling without making personal attacks. Personal attacks is you kick your dog. Belittling could be your position on this issue was stupid. Right? That's not a personal attack. It's belittling their position on that position. So I think it's more than personal attacks. But I think that Mr. Ritchie can probably get what we're going at, which is we don't want to disparage. We want to be respectful, but still allow people to explain why they disagreed.
Go ahead, Ms. Ritchie.
What?
And you can have open mics, by the way. I mean, you don't have to keep turning them on and off, but just so we're not tripping over each other.
We should all have them on?
Yeah, why not? It's easy.
Coming up and down.
Go ahead, Mr. Ritchie.
So just for a point of clarification, I having sat with the board for a while, I think that Commissioner Rice, has it more along the lines of, it's not just disparagement. It's not just saying the Minnie Moe and Curly voted for this and, those kind of comments, but it's policy decisions where commissioners have said the county violated the law, the county violated the open meeting law, they voted to this, which steals money from the lake and takes it to the valley. Those may be valid positions, valid policy decisions, but once the vote is taken, constantly bringing that up at every board meeting, I think that's what this policy is intended to do. It's like, look, we had the debate, you had your chance to say we're all idiots and why we're idiots. Quit, please stop beating a dead horse. Or if we want to, let's bring it up for another, agendize it and reconsider whatever the board took before. But what has happened, what I've seen, is that there'll be these, for lack of a better word, cheap shots about a policy decision that 3 members of the board had voted on. And it may have been a bad policy, but this policy is intended to, look, once we vote, respect that process, because you're a part of that process.
Well, let me give you an example.
Okay.
Discussion on an item, no further discussion, vote. And everybody except one voted aye. The person who made that vote said, oh, damn, I misspoke. But the fact remains that once the vote's taken, it's done. In the case that I saw, the chairman of the board gave the option to the person who voted that way to change his vote right there. Incorrect. Wrong thing to do. This particular item 6 has nothing to do with personalities or anything like that. Now, the position for reconsideration is within Robert's rules. You have the vote, that's the way it's going to be. Mr. Chairman, I would like to have this reconsidered. And here's my reasons why. Wait for a second, usually you won't get one, and then go on it. So this has nothing to do with personality or attacking anyone. Whatever I say in my reconsideration, it better be germane to what we just voted on.
If I,
Mr. Turkanian?
as I say,
Okay.
the context I have seen this particular provision come on is not a motion for reconsideration on an item. It's at another meeting or later on in the meeting during closing public comment. But more usually it's at another agenda, another
Agenda.
meeting,
So-
or in another meeting after that, and another meeting after that, where this.
Or another venue as well.
Yeah, or
right?
another venue.
Or another venue.
Again, these are your norms and procedures, and you can decide how you want to deal with it. But I think, based on my experience watching the board, this is intended to, once the process has occurred, stop harping on the majority vote. If, to Commissioner Noasat's point, if you think that the board should reconsider this, re-agendize it, have at it, and rediscuss it.
Now, I just want to make an observation, Mr. Turkanian. Has nothing to do with this board and nothing to do with the previous board, as a matter of fact, but previous boards, previous boards, where there have been commissioners in a majority of 3 who have been extremely angry at particular commissioners that voted on the loss portion of it, right? On the dissent, okay? And so those 3 commissioners then have proceeded to go out into the public and say it's inappropriate for that other commissioner to state to the public what their personal opinions were. I don't want to do that. To me, that's a violation of First Amendment rights. Okay, go ahead.
First of all, I want to maybe get a point of clarification and respond to Walt's statement. I assume he's talking about my misvote yesterday, but my vote occurred before the chairman made the final statement that this vote has been approved, da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't think it's a final vote until the chair has done that, and my change of my vote, because I'll leave it at that, why I made a mistake, was not what you're referring to. But this is what I think. And first of all, I don't believe the board has any authority to legally force a county commissioner not to say something outside of the board meetings that they believe in. Now, I can understand why you don't want them to take personal shots. I hope nobody does. I understand why there's a concern on it and all this stuff. But your example of the 3, and I agreed with the Lake Tahoe deal, but I know many members talked about that thing over and over again. I can see how you don't want that brought back up over and over again in the board meetings because we made the decision here. But are you trying to say that if these guys go out and have a town hall and they're talking to people that they represent, that they can't say, hey, I voted against this because I didn't think it was right, but the board voted for this? Of course they can. You have to give the county commissioner the opportunity to respond to why they voted against something and why they think it's wrong. Now, I know this is something that's sensitive to you guys, and we can argue about it later or we can argue about it 10 years from now. It doesn't matter. I believe my request to put that agenda item on the VHR, there was an abuse of discretion by it not being done, and I've harped on it. Now, if what you're saying is this board's going to tell me I don't have a right to do that anymore, that's not, this board doesn't have that legal authority. There's norms and procedures that I believe wasn't followed, and I'm going to express it. If you guys think I'm wrong, then express it yourself. So, and when you talk about not saying something once the board's in, you got to respect the decision. Ronald Reagan stated if he couldn't get something passed, he would go to the public and explain why it should be passed, and hopefully the public would put the pressure on the politicians to do so. So if you like an issue that hasn't been passed, my VHR issue, which hasn't been passed, I'm going to go to the public and continue to tell them why it's the right issue. And assuming it doesn't pass in March, I'll continue to say the same thing. You can't legally order a county commissioner to stop advocating for a policy they likes. Now I don't think I can say, hey, don't follow the VHR deal or don't respect it. I'm going to say I don't believe it's the best thing and we should do something else. Every county commissioner has that right. You can't force the county commissioner not to express his opinions to the public when they're out there speaking to the public.
The case I cited was not you.
And I don't think it was recent, was it? I mean, I don't even know that it was recent.
No, it's been a while.
Okay, it's been a while. See, that's what I'm
Right,
saying,
but
yeah.
what I'm going to suggest is, if a commissioner wants the issue to be reconsidered, he will inform the board and propose a new agenda item for a following meeting.
Wait, but we're not at that page yet.
Yes, Oh, we're on 9.
You're going, you know, you're
I'm on
going.
4. I'm on number 4.
What,
Section
4, number
4.
what?
Number
What-
6.
Number 6. When possible, the commissioner shall attempt to, if a commissioner wants it to be reconsidered, he or she will inform the board. Okay. Which you
And-
did
and-
when we voted against a change. You called John, you said, I want that to be reconsidered. We brought it back before the board to be reconsidered. It got on our agenda. We reconsidered it. We voted actually, we voted 4-1 to reconsider it. And then we voted on it again.
Yeah, but I'm referring to DA's suggestion is that it should be a new agenda item on another meeting. And that's what I would like to see put in here. Make it clear that if you want something reconsidered, it's up to you to propose an agenda item.
Yep.
Okay.
Don't have any problem with that. Huh?
Who's got the hot pen?
I think Mr. Ritchie is taking notes. Mr. Cates is taking notes, right?
I would like to address this notion of there's no legal way that the board can make one member comply. I think that's right. But the point of the norms and procedures is, as a majority, we've decided that X is the behavior that should be expected by others on this board and by the public. And sure, any one board member can go violate any one of these things and no law is going to be imposed. However, the rest of the board can say, your behavior is not in line with what the majority of us said is acceptable. And the public should know that, and the board will know that, and then we move forward.
I think you're right.
I agree completely with what she said. I think that if you want to say this is not what the majority of the board wants, but the public gets a chance to hear both sides, that's wonderful. As long as the public has a chance to hear both sides. I don't feel that I'll probably be in the majority in a lot, and I don't have a problem with that. I'm going to vote the way I think is right, and I'm going to make sure every person I can reach knows why. And if it doesn't follow what the majority of the board likes, that's so be it.
I was talking about behavior.
That's a First Amendment right. Sorry.
Commissioner Turkina, and I don't think you're going to get an argument out of any one of us in that regard. Okay? If I do, and I've told Commissioner Hales this when she became a new commissioner, there is nothing wrong with voting in the dissent and being in the losing majority by a 4-1 vote, because you need to vote your conscience and you need to vote what you feel is right based on the facts that you see before you and how you, absorb those. And that may not agree with the majority of the board, but you still have that right. We all have that right.
With
Yes,
respect-
of course.
With respect to you, Ms. Hales, this item 6 doesn't bring personality into it at all. You're going to be clinical about this because this is what you voted on. I disagree with it for these reasons. No personality involved there. Strictly clinical.
Oh, I was just speaking to board conduct more than the substance of any particular vote.
But this doesn't apply to conduct.
Oh, yeah, this whole norms and procedures absolutely applies to
Not this
conduct. That's the whole point.
Not this particular line.
In fact, it does. Oh, maybe that one sentence doesn't.
Well, I mean,
Commissioner conduct, okay.
that particular
That's more
particular
like
last
process than
line
conduct.
says, however, the board shall respect the opinion of the minority. And I think that's absolutely critical.
I think this might be better broken into because there's the notion of how do you get something reconsidered, and separately there's the notion of not disparaging positions that were taken or people who took them.
Okay. So you're suggesting that we break out that portion that says if a commissioner wants a law or policy made by the board reconsidered, he or she shall inform the board. Bring that out into a separate line. Would that be acceptable?
Yes, it's a separate idea.
It's already a separate
Okay.
line. It's already a separate line.
Well, I know, but
way you phrased
it get buried in the text, does it not? Gets buried somewhere in the text.
Because there's two ideas. One is how to get something reconsidered, and the other idea is not disparaging people inappropriately,
I think that's a good, I think that's a good change. Commissioner Rice, you heard all that, right? We didn't kind of allow you to get into this on this one.
Oh, I stated my
Yeah.
thoughts on this. Yeah, I concur with Commissioner Hales.
Okay, okay, so 7 and 8, and item 8, let's talk about that for a minute if you don't mind. Number 8 on section 4A8. When a rumor is involved, it is that commissioner's responsibility to not validate the rumor or repeat it to others. If a rumor affects the county, then the issue shall be brought to the attention of the county manager or elected official. You know, with the advent of social media, we are watching rumor upon rumor be perpetrated through social media, Facebook and the other. A perfect example was recently the rumor about expansion of the airport, adding of the tower, adding of Southwest flights, you know, and have you. You know, I think it's incumbent upon us, and you know, when that rumor struck, I put out on Facebook. I said, you know, to my knowledge, there's no this rumor is completely false, and if you have any questions about that, please call the airport manager. You know, and then I also called the airport manager and visited just to make sure that I was on the right page as well, because I hadn't heard any rumors of that nature. But this is becoming could become really prevalent with the advent of social media. So I just wanted to. Okay, so we'll flip over to the next page.
Oh, wait.
Okay. I don't want to rush it.
I want to support what Chairman
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Support me?
Yeah. Well,
Give him the mic.
this section 4A, commissioner conduct in general. Now, you start going through these up here, no derogatory damage to the perception while the board session commander shall have strict order and decorum, should give a signal to chair if they want to talk. But then, once a vote's taken on an issue, each commissioner will individually support the law or policy made by the board, period. Now, as to reconsideration, we discussed that a little bit about saying, okay, go get it on the next meeting agenda item. And I thought, and then the sentence after that, if possible, the commissioner should attempt to reach a consensus on an issue. If it's not possible, the majority vote shall prevail. So first you go for consensus, and then you want the majority. That's conduct.
Case had his hand up. I'm not Gates, I'm sorry.
Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you so much. Just for clarity, I think that makes sense. Once a vote is taken on an issue, each commissioner will individually support the law or policy made by the board, period. Return, new paragraph 7. If a commissioner wants it reconsidered, and then another hard return. We need to, do you still want the language, the commissioner should attempt to reach consensus on an issue?
Sure.
I think that goes with the first sentence,
Okay.
those last two. Two.
And we get back, and we get into that also when we flip the page there and go to item number 10, okay? And that's what I've tried to really do as the chair, is commissioners will allow room for dialogue. When discussing an agenda item such as this, commissioners will allow the opportunity to dialogue with each other in order to build consensus on an item. That's exactly what we're doing right now, right? Okay.
Hopefully.
Good job on that. I had a question on number 11. I think that instead of the chair enforcing norms and procedure, I think the legal counsel should, obviously, because if the chair is violating, it's hard to get him to enforce it. And the legal counsel should do it anyways.
I don't want to give authority to legal counsel over
I agree.
a board member.
I do not want the DA's office. These are your norms and procedures. The DA enforces the law. And as Commissioner Hales eloquently stated, these are your norms and procedures. It's not law. If you don't if you violate them, you're not going to go to jail. But it's your norms and expected behavior.
And I think maybe I should have prefaced the whole discussion on the norms and procedures as saying that these are really, there's no enforcement available of any of this. So it's all suggestions on,
That's not true. Later on in the norms and procedures, they say it's an ethical violation not to follow them.
okay, so what's the punishment?
I think it means it is unethical, as in it is wrong because the board has decided this is the conduct it should hold itself to. It's not a legal ethical violation. It's a wrong thing to do, and therefore.
We can have open dialogue, and you can vote against me, but I think it's an ethical violation when you prevent an agenda item from being on the board.
We're going to get to that.
It's a timing thing. And I think that some of these others could be too. Section 12 says, or may be an ethical violation. Say the word may, but some of them may be, and so there is some legal substance to it. I have no problem. If you want to give the chair the same authority to enforce it when he himself can be violating it, that's fine, but I'm going to say I don't. I'd like to know where the other board members stand. I got Commissioner Harrell's NOAASAT. I know what the legal counsel says. Would it be okay if I can get the other two commissioners to give their opinion on that?
Which one are you on now?
In regards to what?
Number 11 on
Okay.
who's going to enforce
Let
the
me
norms
re-
and procedures.
Let me read it out loud and see.
Okay.
Any member of the board may move to require the chair to enforce the norms. And an affirmative vote of a majority of the commissioners present he shall be.
So this is giving you guys authority, not the chair authority.
I apologize because it's going to be later on where my question, the same issue is going to come up later on. I apologize. This is not the right time, so you can move on.
That's fine. That's why we have this open dialogue, Mr. Commissioner Tarkanian, okay?
Number 12. I think it should be stricken.
Okay, well, obviously, I have a bad copy of the norms and procedures because I don't have, beyond that, on section A, I don't have a section, a number 12.
I'll
Can
read it for you.
Yeah, please.
Commissioners will dress and act professionally as representatives of Douglas County and its citizens. You going to tell me if I don't wear a tie, I can't represent the people of the county?
Well, you know
That's
something,
why
now
this
that
is-
you read that,
that's
now
too
that you read that,
subjective.
I would have it, I certainly have an objection to that. When we go out into the public, we're in many, many different venues and very, and if we're going to a picnic, then we're certainly not going to wear a tie. We're not going to wear a suit. We very rarely would wear we would wear the attire that's appropriate for the event. Now, and some of those etiquette or rules involve basically maybe the commissioners in their role as commissioner should maybe should almost dress one step above, necessarily what the expected, but you know what I'm saying? You need to dress as appropriate. I wear cowboy boots. I wear jeans. I wear a shirt. I mean, I don't think I'm being disrespectful to the public or my role as a commissioner when I'm out in the public.
Well, let me say this. Norms and procedures are for us here. There was a little bit of an outcry when we first came here, as I first got, and I wore a cowboy hat. And you had an uproar here about people saying, hey, you shouldn't wear that hat there, rah, rah, rah. And I said, pick a finger.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
So
what?
anyway.
Okay, read that again, and maybe we want to straighten.
Commissioners will dress and act professionally as representatives of Douglas County and its citizens.
I might change it to appropriately, or strike it. I don't care.
No, you're subjective there.
Professionally isn't right, because as you mentioned, a picnic, whatever.
Yeah.
Appropriately fits, because you dress appropriate to whatever event, but I don't care if we strike it.
You know something?
Would a UNLV basketball shirt be appropriate to wear at picnic here in Douglas County?
I guess what I'm suggesting is, as commissioners, we got elected by the public, and they came to expect a certain decorum out of us and a certain dress. And if I just don't think that we should be specifying the dress that a commissioner should wear. That's for them to make that decision, and the public looks down on them for wearing something. That's on the public and that's on them. It shouldn't be Yeah, I don't know that it should be addressed here in the
Just
normal
strike it.
procedure.
I don't need it.
I'm in favor of striking it. Commissioner Rice, who's wearing a winter wool sweater, warmth here. Anyways,
It's snowing up here.
are you good with striking that?
Well, I think we're tripping over words here. Commissioners will dress and act professionally. It doesn't say anything about having to wear a suit and a tie to go to a picnic. When I come to a meeting, I wear a coat and a tie because it's expected of me, in my mind. I'm sitting here at home enjoying the comfort of my whatever, and I'm dressed appropriate for the occasion in my mind. I think that to be dressed professionally doesn't necessarily mean a coat and a tie. I know you like the bolo. I like the four in hand. But you're appropriate for what you're doing, as am I with my four in hand tie. So I think that as long as we don't come dressed like hippies, pardon the expression, for those of you that are hippies out there, I don't think that would be appropriate to come to a meeting wearing the now classic extra expensive Levi's that come faded with a hole in them as you buy them at the store. I don't think that would be appropriate. However, if you're going to be wearing Levi's and you've got a nice crease in your Levi's, I believe we call that Douglas County formal, do we not?
Yes, we do.
And I don't see anything wrong with that at all. You are dressed appropriately for the occasion. And so you're acting professionally, and I just don't see where that is anything other than a matter of taste and choice.
Let's
Okay,
move on.
commissioners, what do you feel? I mean, do we want to leave it in? Do we want to take it out?
Let me, this whole thing about the appearance is already mentioned, sort of, in the previous sentences, previous paragraphs. Commissioners will allow room for dialogue. Well, that's professional. Commissioners should allow everyone's opinion to be heard and respected. Well, that's gentlemanly or gentlewomanly. So I'm in favor of dropping it. It's arbitrary.
Thank you.
It is what.
Can I get in the binder? No. Okay. Commissioner Hales, what is your opinion? Strike or leave?
I don't care a bit.
You don't care? Strike. I don't like us dictating how we dress. You know, I don't think as adults, I don't know that we need that. That's all I'm saying. As adults, I just don't think we need that. You know, if we were dealing with teenagers, then that would be something to maybe have in our norms and procedures. But we're not. We're all adults.
Like that,
Come on,
young lady.
we're all adults. I'm in favor of striking it.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Hales agrees. Okay. Commissioner Turkanian, you don't care. So, okay, strike. We'll strike the item number 12. And that gets me back to my original copy. Okay. Item number and B, commissioner conduct with one another.
Streamline my comments. Number B3, and I'm not sure where it's at when it deals with commissioners' comments about county staff, where it uses the word negative. I'm all in favor of being tactful, professional, and so forth, but it is, in my opinion, the county commissioner's responsibility to be transparent to the public and explain why he's voted certain ways, why he disagrees with the vote the other way, or if he disagrees with what's happening through the county staff. Now, I can very well get voted down on this, but I don't want to waste a whole lot of time. I think I made my opinion clear in discussion on the previous one. And so I don't have to repeat myself. This would be the same one for the county staff.
Well, I think we were on section B there, Mr. Turkanian, commissioner conduct with one another. B3, commissioners will avoid negative comments that could offend other commissioners during public meetings, in the press, or at any other time.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
Having been on this board when the kerfuffle occurred between two of our commissioners in public, and then they moved it to a back room. I don't want to see this taken out by avoiding negative comments. I'm talking about you're dumb as a rock and stand up and prove it otherwise. We don't need that type of behavior on the board, and I'm in favor of leaving this in as it's stated.
Mr. Chair, with regard to number 3, avoid negative comments that could offend, et cetera. And then number 4, commissioners will practice civility and decorum in discussions and debate. Does that not cover that number 3?
Well, I would say they're the other side of each coin, right? One coin says avoid negative comments, and the other one practice civility. So, I mean, yes, I see it almost as synonymous, one way or the other.
I overtalked you, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Hales?
I would leave them both in because I think it's such an important point. I don't mind a little bit of redundancy to state the negative and the positive part of that. The only phrase I might change is that could offend, because, some people are super sensitive, and that's a little squishy to me, but, I don't think a respectful disagreement and explaining why somebody's position isn't the same as yours, I don't see that as a negative comment. I think negative comments are, your position is ridiculous. That's a negative comment.
Okay, so this is a problem. I don't have a problem if you're talking about the examples that they both gave. I have a problem when you're talking about, when I write in my opinions, my newsletters, that these people voted this way, I voted that way. And this is why I voted that way. Or that these procedures are not being followed. The county manager has not enforced the norms and procedures to put an item on the agenda. I don't take personal shots, say he's a bad guy. I state facts. Now, Commissioner Hales and I had a meeting yesterday, and she told me she thought I violated the norms and procedures for what I write in my newsletter. It was my newsletter, right? Because it certainly isn't what I say publicly, because I don't even mention that here. And I disagree completely. And I believe I have an obligation to I want to have an obligation because I want to represent my constituents the best way possible, that I disclose to them in what I believe is happening with votes in on the board. They're not personal shots. So if you talked about the examples they gave, great. But if you talk about a negative comment, if you say something that someone else may not like or may think is bad, then it would fall into that. I don't have a problem because I'm not going to follow it. I'm going to continue to inform the public of what the votes are and what's going on with the board, but I think it should be taken out, and I think anybody who votes against it is voting against transparency.
So, where I see this, especially in number 3, avoid comments, negative comments that could offend. That could offend, those 3 words are very subjective, very subjective. And Commissioner Hales is right. Someone may take offense and take a comment very personal, while another commissioner, and I work very, very hard not to take things personal, but those words are very subjective. And so who defines those words, and who determines what's offensive and what is not offensive? I don't know.
I'd be happy to.
I don't know that those are the best words here. That's what I'm saying.
I might just take out that could offend. We'll avoid, I might change negative to disparaging, or I don't know, there might be a little bit better word. That doesn't mean, you can still disagree, but I would leave it in, but wordsmith it a little bit. And I think we get the idea.
Okay, and then we can bring it back.
Yeah.
Because we're going to bring this all back anyway.
I have another point to bring up.
Sure.
Number 6. I think this one captures all the sentiments in the other previous 5. 4. Commissioners may disagree on issues and be on different sides of an issue, but they will always respect and value each other as individuals.
That's very critical.
Critical?
Right? That's what I'm saying. It's
very important.
That item, that line right there is extremely critical or important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Saying that after saying these other things is, the other things are another way of saying always respect and value.
I witnessed it, unfortunately, in meetings of the board where commissioners have made negative, disparaging, personal comments about the votes of another commissioner. And I found that to be very unfortunate. And it's been disappointing that the chair, when that has occurred, not recent, but in the past, where that's occurred and the chair has accepted that or not called that to the individual's attention. So, I think that's what we want to avoid, right? That certainly doesn't make for a cohesive board, because then you're taking it personal, and it could affect the proper action of items based on personal animosity towards another commissioner versus what the issue was really about. That concerns me, So, okay, we're going to wordsmith that item number 3. Is that what we're talking about? And leave the rest of it? Okay. Now we get to commissioners' conduct with staff, item C.
I think a lot of this comes down to chain of command. For those of us that were in the service, you know that if you have something needs to be said, you have a chain of command, and that's where you go, and period. And for us, the chain of command is the county manager. And before I go to anybody else, I talk to the county manager, and if I need to go beyond that, I say, is it all right with you if I talk to so-and-so and ask him about whatever? And I think that way you're maintaining the chain of command, you're showing respect, and you're not micromanaging and jumping over people's heads and saying things to other departments that may or may not be inappropriate at that time. And that's my feeling on this whole subject.
I have no idea what part he's talking about. If you could explain which part that is, that would be helpful to me.
I think he was talking about overall in an overall capacity, not in a particular one line item. Is that correct, Mr.?
That's correct. Having a law enforcement background, the chain of command is very succinct. And you've got a problem, you go to your sergeant, and if he can't resolve it, then with his permission, you go to the lieutenant. And if that can't be resolved, then you go to the commander. But you don't just go from step A to step D without going through the other steps and maintaining that chain of command and showing respect for the position of those along the way.
I'm completely lost. So what is a chain of command? Does the county manager, do we work for the county manager in your chain of command?
Negative. The county manager works for us. And in fact, he's the only employee that does work for us. And but it's a matter of courtesy and a matter of decorum. If I have something that I need to talk to, say, Mr. Richter about, before I go to Mr. Richter, I go to the county manager and say, this is what I have going on, and intend to go talk to Mr. Richter about it. And that's just maintaining the chain of command and respect for those that answer to you or you answer to.
So I want to make an observation here, if you don't mind. On item number 2, commissioners shall respect and adhere to the county's form of government, okay, which kind of states the chain of command here, which is the county operating under board manager form of government, the county commissioners acting as the legislative body of the county. The board is a primary visionary maker, and staff is responsible for the implementation of board policies. I'd like to change that a little bit because I think it's even more clear and more concise than that, or our chain of command is more concise than that, okay? I think the board is the visionary policymaker, and the county manager is responsible for the implementation of the board policies through his staff.
Yes.
Right? I mean, that's really, because we as 5 commissioners have 1 employee, and that's
right.
and that's Mr. Cates, okay? And all the other staff, all the other employees of the county work for him and are directed by him and his department managers and then down the chain of command, okay? So I'd like to change that to the board is the visionary policymaker and the county manager is responsible for implementation of board policies.
I like it.
Go
Okay,
with it.
okay. That puts it very, very clear of the chain of command, does it not? Yeah,
Without saying chain of command.
yeah.
I'd like to address 4 if we're ready to move on.
It says number 7 basically says that same thing.
Well, yeah, I'd like to check, I'd like to, yes, I think that's 4 is a good thing to do, to look at also.
I don't have anything I want to change, but I want to say that if any one commissioner is directing staff in any way, I will take that very seriously and do everything I can to expose it publicly and stop it.
I concur.
Okay. What I would like to talk to on number 4, and I've been called out by the public on this, okay? It says commissioners shall treat staff professionally and be respectful of their time. I made a visit, I made a visit to our Public Works Department in January of 2021, and when I entered that building out on Hayborn, a member of the staff asked me if I wished a bottle of water, and I said, yes, I would like that very much, thank you. I thought I said thank you. That's my general makeup, okay, is I thank people for those kind of shows of respect, okay? And the individual that continually comes to these meetings and says that when I entered that building, his wife, which I didn't know it was his wife. I didn't know, it really didn't matter who she was, right? She asked me if I wanted a bottle of water, and I gratefully took that bottle of water. Apparently, he is claiming that I failed to thank her. And I can't imagine that, but if I did, then I've offered a public apology several times to that, but apparently that individual's not getting the message and continues to come to these meetings during opening public comment and makes those comments. So anyways, that's what that's all about, folks. But I do think it's very important that we do treat staff professionally. They're not making a whole lot of money, in my view, but regardless, we should always treat everybody, regardless of what their position is, respectfully. I tell you what, that's gained me a lot of business when I was in sales, because there were times where I'd walk onto a dirt lot and I was trying to sell dishwashing chemicals of a restaurant that was going to go up, and found myself talking to an individual and telling who I was, giving them my business card, asking them to pass it along to the manager or the owner, and then turning around at me, and they're in dirty clothes and shoveling dirt, and said, well, I happen to be the owner. So you never know who you're encountering, right? When you're approaching another person. So we should treat everybody with respect. So this goes without saying, right? And commissioners are encouraged to talk with staff, ask questions, and receive information. Often, I don't want to bother Patrick Cates, but I'm not telling him what to do. I'm just asking for information. And I think this encourages us to reach out to our department heads to ask for information. There's nothing wrong with that.
With respect to the number 4 contains certain issues that are not carried forward in the previous 3. And the idea of being able to talk to the staff, and I think Commissioner Rice hit it on the head, go up the chain of command, ask the county manager, okay with you if I go talk to the planning commission chair? Yeah, go ahead. So then the rest of that is, they're encouraged to talk with staff, ask questions, receive information, and that's what we live on. We need that information. But we'll neither direct staff nor advocate that the staff support the goals of individual commissioners. I think we need to take out that last clause in such a way that the part I don't like is support the goals of individual commissioners. That's almost an open meeting violation. Almost.
Well, I'm not sure I understand that. Because once again, we have, as commissioners, one employee. So we do not have the authority to direct staff, nor have staff advocate that staff support the goals of individual commissioners. I strongly believe in that line.
Well,
I think it ought to remain as is.
Huh?
Yes.
Well, let me restate that. The goal, nor advocate that staff support the goals of individual commissioners. I think that should be stricken. We don't want to tell the staff we think that Danny Tarkanian's going to go for this one. That's bordering. What did I do?
Well, okay.
It comes back to neither. They will neither direct staff, nor will they advocate that staff support their own agenda. That's what it means.
That, I agree with.
Let's say that.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, because quite frankly, we covered this in the ethics training, okay? And that's basically by us trying to advocate that staff support the goals of individual commissioners. That's almost as if we're asking staff to take their time to promote the goals and desires of an individual commissioner. And that is an ethical violation, just as if we just, you know, when I want something, when I want a copy of something that's not county related, I can't go into the county office and pass it along to Marcia Johnson or Melissa or Eunice and say, could you do me a favor and walk back there and print me off a copy of this document that is not county business, campaign flyers or promoting an event or whatever. That's an individual commissioner event, and we can't devote county resources to that. So I think that's what this is covering.
Mr. Chairman?
I really think we need to leave that line just as it is. Mr. Cates?
I just want to add some comments here because this does directly impact my staff. I think this is very important language. I think it is very challenging sometimes for staff, certainly below directors, to interact with commissioners if that commissioner even hints at trying to get them to pursue a certain course of action. I think that's very challenging because they don't know if they should take that direction or not. And when commissioners talk to me and they have a particular problem or something they want to address, I always listen to that very carefully, and if it's something that I think should be addressed, then I'll direct staff accordingly. If I have some concerns for whatever reason about that course of action, I may not direct them to take that action. I may suggest that it come back to the board for a broader discussion to have a decision on that. I just want to say that that particular clause right there does cause a lot of consternation for staff, and I think most of the time commissioners are good about it, but a lot of times they get passionate about things and they want to see something fixed, and either directly or through implication they try to direct staff conduct, and I think that's highly problematic. So I really like the language.
Okay, so I'd like to make a couple comments now that I've been quiet through all this. I don't think, I don't certainly have any problem with 4, and I don't believe anybody should be doing number 4. But let me just go down the line, I'm gonna get to 7. Number 6 is the paragraph I was talking about that dealt with the county staff, which is the same as employees. Using the word criticize is too vague and too broad stroke, and that should be changed. Okay.
Do you have a recommendation?
I think he was working on one when we talked to commissioners, so let's just let Doug come up with one, and I'll see, I'll give you my opinion when he
Okay.
does.
Okay.
But I really want to get to number 7 because, I take things personal, maybe it's not, but I hear Commissioner Hale say stuff about directing staff and how important it is, and Chairman Gardner, Commissioner Rice up there, and then the comments here. And this goes to some of the comments I've had, one from the manager and one from the chairman, that they say I micromanage staff. And I try very hard to understand what they're talking about. So I contact other people that are on city councils or county commissioners, and how do you handle problems? So let's go through the dilemma. And again, I don't think the county staff can tell us we can't do this or shouldn't do this, because I think it's completely wrong. You're not taking care of your constituents. You have a constituent that has a problem, and they contact the county manager. I respond to every single one, no matter how often they respond and how ridiculous some of their questions are. The ones that I think have validity, I then reach out to, and I think I usually go through you first, Mr. Cates, but if not, maybe I've gone to John Erb on a couple. There's only 2 that I could remember. One was a guy who has a road in, it's Holbrook, is that correct? Chairman Gardner?
Are you talking about
Iggy's.
the about 100-foot road
Yeah.
that went into?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the name of the
Junction?
development.
Yeah,
Is that it?
yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so I get I do a small business Saturday for this guy, and he tells me, Danny, this road hasn't been paved in 40 years. And I try to go down it. I'm scared to death. I'm going to pop a tire there. He said there's a bus stop that when the snow comes, the bus can't get through the potholes. There's a church there. And he said it hasn't been paved in 40 years. I said, God, I think that's got to be wrong. And I said, so I don't know if I contacted you first or Mr. Erb, but I went to both you two. And then I went to Commissioner Gardner, because I know we discussed it too. And I said, listen, I didn't direct staff to pave it. I said, hey, this is what's going on. Something needs to be done. And they tell me, what this I forget the terminology of the unpaved roads. what-
County unmaintained road.
And I said, okay, that's fine. But when you're having a risk of health to the citizens, and they contact the county manager, I think the county manager should try to help the citizen. If you guys don't think so, we have a difference of opinion of what the county commissioner should do. So anyways, what I said was, if we're not going to pave it, then we should at least take it to the vote of the board, and that's what I said, and we could have the board decide that. So that's not going to county staff and directing them to do anything. That is asking, whether it was Mr. Cates first or came back to him second, to get this done. And if it's not, then at least we could put on the record so that everybody in the public can see, hey, these commissioners think it's okay not to pave a road for 40 years and have this type of a health and danger to the community, or they can up the ante and do it. So anyways, that's not going directly to so I don't know where Ms. Hells, if she was referring to me or not, and I'm not sure if Mr. Cates was. But there's 2 issues that came up, and also Mr. Chairman Gardner said the same thing, I micromanage stuff. So the second one that I can think of is I've gotten at least a half dozen people that have told me that they are scared to death to turn onto Riverview because of the speeding that comes around that corner. So I said, what can we do for it? Can we do anything to help these people? Isn't that what a county commissioner should do? Shouldn't you try to help people? So again, I don't recall if I went first to Mr. Erb or to you, Mr. Cates, but I went to Mr. Cates before it was all done. No, I know, we talked in a meeting. In fact, the DA, Assistant District Attorney was there. And I said, can't we? And I threw out some options. Mr. Cates says, well, I don't think they're speeding. Well, Mr. Erb said, well, we'll do a speed test. Now, that's not micromanaging. That's a commissioner caring about his constituents. Again, that's my district even. And I want to see them have a safe place. And if there is a study done and it shows that they're not a danger there, then that would be fine. But to summarily dismiss it because you say that, oh, people complain all the time about speeding, which is what I heard, and therefore we shouldn't pay any attention to it, I got a serious problem with that. Look, I met with Commissioner Hales, and I am trying to get along with everybody. But I'm still got to do a job that I want to be proud of. And if you're going to tell me I can't respond to my constituents' needs by asking for their needs to be helped, whether I go directly to Mr. Cates, that's fine. I don't have to go to the other ones. The only reason I would not go to you first, Mr. Cates, is I think I overwhelm you with stuff, because I know it's overwhelming just what I have, and I assume the other commissioners are sending you stuff too. No, I mean that. In fact, I think I asked her, I said, would you rather have me contact the department heads when I get these things? And a lot of times they just forward the emails and say, hey, what can we do with them? If you would prefer I send everything to you, which is what you asked, I've sent it to you. I expect then that you'll respond so I could have an answer to them, because it's not right for us not to respond back to a constituent's concern. That's fine. I have no problem. We can keep that in there. But if you're saying that a county commissioner can't reach out to at least the county manager, explain what the problems are, and then if I don't agree that what you just said, you don't think there's an issue there, you won't do it. If I don't agree with it, I should have the right to bring it before the board and have a vote on it. And then the board can decide whether they want to do it or not. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk too long. I keep doing it. That's a problem I have.
Commissioner Hills, you had a comment? Oh, I thought you said. Okay. District Attorney Doug Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. One thing that might help, and I think all of you get this, individually as commissioners, I hate to say this and be blunt, but you're powerless. Your authority is derived as a body, as an elected body of a majority vote. So, for instance, if there is a dangerous intersection, a single commissioner doesn't have the power to go in and say, you need to do a traffic study, you need to put in a light, you need to use your example.
Because I just brought it up, I'm going to interrupt you. I never said you need to do this. I said, what can we do? There's a huge difference. And we may be powerless, but we are a board and can vote on it. And if we don't agree with what's happening and we think that our constituents are at risk, we should have the opportunity. I never said you need to do this ever as a county commissioner.
And I didn't say you did. What I'm saying is a commissioner, by virtue of being an elected representative of the people, they want to be responsive to their constituents, that they don't have the power to, any commissioner, not you, Commissioner Tarkanian, to go in and say, we need to do a traffic study because somebody called me and said there are people speeding all the time, so we need to do a traffic study. Or we need to put in a speed bump, or do something like that. To the extent that you think that it's a problem, I agree. You can bring it to the county manager's attention. I'm sure he'll talk to staff. And then if an agenda item needs to be brought forward, because a commissioner feels strongly enough that there is speeding and this is a dangerous traffic, that's my point, and I'm underscoring what you had just said. Collectively as a board, you can direct staff to do a traffic study. And even if a traffic study had been done a week before, you know what? You have the power to direct staff to do it again, because you as a body have that power. But individually you do not. And I think I'm getting that sense as you're having that discussion, but you have that power collectively as a legislative body. To be perfectly blunt, 3 votes will get you pretty much whatever you want that's legal.
So I appreciate what your dilemma is with your constituents there, Mr. Commissioner Tarkanian. I have a similar instance, okay, and I have a couple of constituents in my district that live on Pinto Lane, in the Ruinsroth area, and it's also a bus route, school bus route. Okay, and they have called me at least once monthly, if not more often than that, complaining about the speed of traffic on that road as well. It happens to be a 25-mile-an-hour zone. Okay, and there's a lot of residents that come through there. And I've sat there, by the way, I've sat there with him outside and watched that occur. And so I reached out to the county manager and I reached out to John Erb to see what might we be able to do to resolve that, rectify that issue, especially at the concern of school children possibly being hit during the school season.
You went to John Erb?
Yes, and I asked him what could be done. Is there anything that can be done? The resident that sits there on that, there is a one-way stop on a court that comes into that road, and it has a stop sign. This individual, this constituent, wanted a 3-way stop there. So I asked Mr. Erb whether or not is there anything that prevents us from making a three-way stop? And he said, yes, there is. There's codes that affect that, and no, we cannot put a three-way stop. I said, okay, well, that's solution one. That's out the door. I said, what might be another solution? The constituent indicated speed bumps, okay, to slow down traffic. Speed bumps slow down traffic in a lot of places, right? However, that's a county-maintained road, and we don't put speed bumps on county-maintained roads because we have, in the winter, plowing requirements, and our plows would not know where those speed bumps were and would just be tearing up our roads. So that was not an answer either. Then I did go out to the Citizens Patrol, and I said, can we put one of those speed signs on there so we can start telling people what their speed are? Yes, we will, and they're volunteers, so they can take those things and put them out on that road. That will indicate that they're going fast. But from a county standpoint, we really were very limited, other than perhaps putting a couple of more 25-mile-an-hour speed limits, or having our county sheriff. So I talked to Sheriff Keverly about this, and I said, what would be your suggestion? He says, well, the individual that thinks they're speeding, if he were to take a photo of the car and the license plate, I'll be glad to send an officer out there and to that individual. We'll identify who it is, and we'll go out and we'll visit it, make a home visit, okay, to try to slow them down. Because they're all local residents that are in there. This is not traffic that's flowing through. So unfortunately, sometimes while we want to address the questions and the issues of our constituents, sometimes we just have our hands tied by whatever processes that are in place, and we can't answer everybody's issue. And we also have to, what we might solve for one person or 10 people might cause problems for hundreds of other people, and we have to take into consideration the unintended consequences. On Riverview, I'm familiar with Riverview. It has a left-hand turn lane. It has a merge lane there. It's a 25-mile-an-hour zone.
A left-hand turn lane where?
There's a middle lane there, where on Riverview, coming out of Glenwood Boulevard, there's a left-hand turn lane that they can merge into traffic. They can get into the center lane, and then when the traffic is okay in both directions, they can merge into the lane.
You're talking about, and I don't know the name of the street, you're talking about when you just go past when you're almost to the...
Let's stay on norms and procedures.
Okay.
Yeah, but yes.
I'll talk with you about that later, but thank you. The reason I wanted to ask you, you said you had a solution with this private group. What is that called? The private speed?
Citizens Patrol.
Okay, thank you.
Citizens Patrol has some devices that they
that's
rotate
perfect.
around the county.
That's perfect, because that's one of the things I asked for. And for clarification, everything you just said you did is exactly what I did, period.
Okay.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Unfortunately,
Except I didn't have
sometimes we just can't solve everybody's problem.
I didn't know about Citizen Patrol. So.
Okay, so anyways, I'm sorry, we've diverted away from Commissioner conduct with staff. Was there any other one of these line items that we needed clarification on, or?
I got a question, and I know why this is there, but it's sort of a dilemma because of what we've had take place on number 9, and only dealing with really this labor negotiations. It's very clear that the deputies group got a really good PR campaign out there, and they were misinforming the public of a lot of the stuff. And I sat back for a long time and didn't say anything, and then I made a comment in this public hearing, and then on emails from people, I again responded back the same thing, basically stuff that you put in your response, Mr. Cates, but a little bit shorter. Reading this norms and procedures, it would say that I can't respond back to my constituents who are saying, I don't care about the deputies and they're extremely underpaid. I understand why you want it. I don't know if there's a solution to it, but I think we got to be able to respond back to people who reach out to us and explain what went on.
I don't think that fits under this. You're not getting involved in the personnel issue. You're just sharing information that the county manager's already shared.
I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. I thought it said we couldn't comment on.
Okay, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, item 10. I don't know that we're going to get through this entire document today, honestly, right? So I think we're going to need to agendize this for the next meeting as well and come back and pick up where we were. So, this is an extremely important exercise, I believe. We're getting a lot of good open dialogue between the commissioners, so we understand where we are on that. I don't know how much longer you want to go. I mean, we have the clause number 10 there before we get to commissioner conduct with the public. If there's no issues on paragraph number 10, if a commissioner has a concern about a county department, commissioner should discuss a concern with the county manager or appropriate elected official. I think that's pretty succinct, and yeah, I think that needs to go. Huh?
Chain of command.
Yeah. So, what's your feelings? How much further do you want to go? We still have one more item after this, and then closing public comment.
I'd be happy to leave this and then come back and pick up the second half.
Okay, I concur, but I didn't want to make you feel like we were rushing through it, because this is a document that's important for us in the conduct of our meetings over the next 2 years, while 3 of us remain on the board anyways, right? So, okay, you see where we are, and we'll re-agendize it and come back again with it. Okay? And it'll give us a chance to digest this. But I think it's been very, very good discussion, honestly. I do. So with that, where's my copy of the agenda? There's my copy of the agenda. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we're going to go then, we're going to re-agendize this for discussion at the next meeting and probably beat it up for another hour and a half or 2 then. That's fine. This, that's why we get paid the big bucks. Yeah. Okay.
When did that start?
Okay. Once again, very, very good discussion. And it says 4 possible actions, so we don't need to take action. Do we need to go to public comment also still, or because we're not taking any action and we're basically tabling this until the next meeting? Deputy District Attorney Ritchie, do we need to go to public comment on that item?
It was agendized for possible public action.
Okay, so we do.
So you need to take.
Okay, even though we didn't really take any action other than postponing action on it. Okay, so at this time, we'll go into public comment on item number 7. Is there any public comment here in chambers? I know we've had the addition of a gentleman. I'm not exactly sure why he's here, but I think he took a great, he seemed to enjoy this comedy hour. I saw a lot of laughs. Do you have public comment, sir, on this item? No, okay. Are you just looking for a warm place to sit? Anyways, appreciate it. And of course,
this is Dr. Norris. He
and
teaches at
the other
Aspire.
thing is that my wife has joined us, so I don't know if she has public comment. No? Okay. Very good.
Chair Gardner.
Yes.
This is Dr. Norris. He teaches at Aspire Academy.
He teaches what?
At Aspire Academy.
Oh, okay.
And he's here thinking of what potential student benefit might come from, did I get that about right? For looking for service projects or, anyway, he's here in that
so he can
capacity,
address that during closing public comment?
if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it deals with this, right? Okay, so anyways, any closing comment regarding, or any comments regarding item 10, the board's norms and procedures? Ms. Gil-Salinas, do we have any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eunice Gil-Salinas for the record. There is someone raising their hand online. Jason, do you have public comment?
I do, thank you. Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Committee for Douglas County.
You need to clock.
Excuse me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I expect my time to start now. Thank you. Norms and procedures. First of all, I don't like addressing you guys the way that I do. I'm not happy with my participation in this form vehicle of yours. It doesn't feel good. It's a beautiful day. It's another wasted day for me. I showed up here because of your maladministrative insistence with the JLIC facility. And, congratulations, Ms. Hales. You are now in like Flint. You mentioned respectfully following the norms and procedures. What a farce. What a contradiction. This board elected over 30 people to 22 committees that are required to provide reports by the end of the year before moving forward on new business. And they didn't do it. They claim they have all these great applicants, but really that's a front as well. The Debt Commission, the Audit Committee that's supposed to be reviewing the year-end fiscal report, the JLIC situation, all of that input is supposed to be before the committee. It's not. Respectfully following norms and procedures, that's hypocrisy, Ms. Hales. Congratulations. You're part of the good old boy club. It's official. Oh, and as far as no enforcement for legal ethical violations, there's this thing called the Constitution that apparently you folks haven't read or understood in some time. But it says right there in the contract, people, in order to form a more perfect union. Now, when you see something that's out of order or that could be done better, and you're representing the fiduciary responsibilities of the people, you have a responsibility to form a more perfect union. You also have the responsibility to defend the Constitution. You also have the responsibility to abolish forms of government that are unlawful or that are pseudo facets of protective authority, which are simply banking at the expense of the people, at the expense of the social wasteland that none of y'all really want to address or fix or have any intent to even try to address. So if you don't think that you don't have an obligation to form a more perfect union or to adhere to your state and federal constitutions, you got big surprises coming, people. Big surprises. What you did with the
Thank you. Ms. Gil Salinas, or do we have any other public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no further public comment online.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. Doug, do we need a motion, a formal motion by this board to bring this item back onto the agenda?
Doug Ritchie, for the record, no. You made it clear you're going to continue this item.
Okay, very good. Then we'll go to item number 8 for presentation only. Announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended. And any, this is a new line, folks, okay? And any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Now, that would not indicate that because this is presentation only, there cannot be discussion amongst us regarding that item. Just this is a direction by a commissioner to our county manager or legal counsel to possibly bring something back to us. Anyways, I reached out after the last meeting and spoke with the chairman of the Lyon County Board of Commissioners and the previous chair, Mr. Ken Gray, about how they go about doing this. This is a very, basically a copied language from them. They do have some caveats to that, and that's what we're taking a look at also, we're going to take a look at, and that would be that the item be in writing and it be at least 30 days in advance of another meeting, okay? So that we can make sure that we get all of that in writing correctly. So anyways, I'll start with, we usually start down at the end, Commissioner Hales, so we'll start with you. Any reports that you wish to give us?
2 super short reports. In December, I went to the Carson Valley Arts Council meeting in anticipation of being on that board, and they have great stuff going on. They discussed the public art survey, which is now live, and there is a link on the county website, and it's an exciting endeavor that's going on there, so I would hope people would go there and take that survey. Also, they have an adventure film festival coming up, which is always just excellent. Last night, I attended the Carson Water Subconservancy District meeting in anticipation of eventually being a member of that body, and I learned some really interesting things, including right now we are 291% of average for snow water equivalent. And in terms of precipitation, we are 230+% above average. So really great news there.
Thank you. And we appreciate you taking those roles on. So thank you. Commissioner Tarkanian, anything to report? Commissioner Nosad? Commissioner Rice, anything to report?
Yes, sir. I attended the LTVA meeting the other night, as well as the TDVA. They are extremely excited. Everything is progressing well with the event center, and it's still projected to open on July 15 of this year. And the person who is involved in event planning said that the response has been overwhelming, and that they are booked just about up to September already before we even open. Another thing that was brought up is microtransit. They are looking forward to us joining the group that is supporting the microtransit. The ridership has been beyond any expectation that they had, and that it is being embraced primarily by people who are using the transit to come to work in the casino core in Douglas County, and that they are reducing VMTs, vehicle miles traveled, to a measurable extent. And they look forward to taking the microtransit and extending it further into Douglas County, possibly in the first year, all the way to Round Hill Pines, which would also include the Round Hill Shopping Center. So that's something to look forward to, and they look forward to having microtransit on our agenda at a future meeting. And that's what I have.
Thank you. I have a couple of short reports. Number one, I too am a member of the Carson Water Subconservancy District, and we did have a meeting last evening. It was very interesting. I attended their meeting in January or December also, when we had a little Christmas party and then had our meeting. And I have to say, at that time, we were hearing nothing but doom and gloom about the water availability coming off the Sierra for this session. So we all indicated almost to a commissioner that, we have a storm. This was the 18th of December, and we knew there was a storm headed. And of course, there have been times where storms have been reported to come and never came to fruition. So this one did in all its glory. So we're very blessed with the amount of water and moisture and snowpack that we're gaining in the mountain. But I also will be serving on the legislative committee of that entity. So we'll be following in the legislation of the new legislative session. As far as we also have, and I want to make public notice of it, we have a state of the county that's County Manager Patrick Cates will be representing the county next Wednesday morning. I believe it's 7 o'clock in Carson City? Carson City. And so I will be attending that breakfast and listening and anxious to hear what the other county entities in our surrounding jurisdictions have to say as well. And I don't know if that's still open or not for other commissioners to attend, Mr. Cates. Can we look into that? Because we might have, I don't know if you ever got notice on that.
I'm planning to go.
Oh, you did get notice on that. So, okay, good. Okay. Mr. Rice, I will indicate, as you know, I broke my leg and I had surgery last Wednesday. And I can honestly say that it would have been nice, rather than have to go through that treacherous ice and snow, getting from one side of Highway 50 at Elks Point Road up to Round Hill Center for the repair of my broken leg. It would have been nice to call a microtransit and be able to take that ride. However, they're not planning on going that far, but yet that entity still is asking for over $500,000 from us to get up to the end of Loop Road and the Event Center. So there's where I hear all the optimism, and yet I still am not failing to see where this microtransit program is going to really impact the residents of our county. But anyways, that's for another day. We're going to be discussing that at a later time. So I don't think we should debate that any further. I probably have already violated open meeting law in that regard. So, anyways, that should be an interesting discussion when we get to it later on this year. So with that, I have nothing else to report. If that inspired any other comments from commissioners, I'll let that occur. Otherwise, we'll go to closing public comment. Closing public comment, guys? Okay. Closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners. So often the public has a tendency to roam beyond the jurisdiction and control of us, the Board of County Commissioners. So I'd ask you to try to keep your comments to that, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Is there anybody here in chambers who wishes to offer public comment? Seeing none. Okay. Ms. Gil Salinas, do we have public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eunice Salinas, for the record. There is someone raising their hand. Jason, do you have closing public comment?
You betcha. Jason Gibson with the Foundation for the Law of Time. Once again, the GLEC facility is not user-friendly. Douglas County has created a militarized territory, the corporate militarized territory out of Douglas County. They've defaced the American flag. They have defaced the colors of our flag, replaced it with black and white and a blue stripe. The blue stripe is a symbol for imminent danger or law enforcement down. The peoples are lighting up their homes with blue lights. Law enforcement is a racketeering, privatization type of protection organization, a fascist organization. The situation is such that if you try to file documents or access court documents or case filings or what have you, that there is no public utility for such. You have to go through a third party or the clerk. They charge you 50 cents a page to deter you from doing any court research or extracting anything that may be on the record with regard to the shady business practices of Douglas County. You are profiled, targeted, and harassed from the time that you enter that building. Then you are tailed throughout the building, despite the fact that your business is private. Now, the priorities of this county obviously are backwards. The GID in Indian Hills yesterday are on target. They understand that they've entered into a new cycle of extreme weather. We've entered into solar cycle 25. This uptick is going to increase until next summer. We have a 20 to 25% chance of the grid going down as a result of increased solar winds, coronal mass ejections, solar sunspots. And if it's not the sun, then likely it could be a cyber attack. It could be domestic terrorism. Our infrastructure is being assaulted. Utilities are being destroyed and assaulted. Pipelines are being destroyed and assaulted. The electrical grid, the pipelines are all the result of the nuclear war that we are engaged in. There's no preparation that this county has made to properly inform the people about the ramifications of nuclear radiation. There is no preparation by this county to prioritize the alternative energy we're going to need, the localization of our agriculture, or the humanitarian priorities that are going to ensure our health and safety. You're out in left field, and I think Mrs. Hales had to check out because of it. She can't handle it. She don't want to hear it. And neither do the rest of you. All right, so like I said, we're behind on our notices and affidavits. We did hear from the AG today. We'll be filing an injunction to put the brakes on your schemes, and we will be holding each and every one of you accountable.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gil Salinas, is there additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no further public comment online.
Okay, I sense Deputy District Attorney Mr. Ritchie has something to say. His light's on.
Yes, on the question that was raised regarding bidding for professional services, NRS 625.530, paragraph 3, the selection, sorry, I'll say it again, 625.530, paragraph 3. The selection of a professional engineer, professional land surveyor, or registered architect to perform services pursuant to subsection 1, which is design work for capital projects, must be made on the basis of the competence and qualifications of the engineer, land surveyor, or architect for the type of services to be performed, and not on the basis of competitive fees. There's also a separate, by the State Board of Architects, who license and oversee professional architects and engineers. They can be subject to discipline if they submit in their bid applications any financial information related to their solicitation for business. They can't even. You have to be qualified, but you can't even submit financial information regarding the work. It's illegal to do that, and they could be subject to discipline by the State Board.
Just wanted to remind you. That's reminding myself that it is you guys, honestly. Personally, no, it's Zoom.
So I don't have to wear a tie.
You wear appropriate attire. Are you going to sit there the rest of the evening if I don't adjourn this meeting?
Probably not.
We don't have a quorum anymore, so.
Okay.
You were just, yes, you're just, oh, now we have a quorum again, but no, I'm sorry. Yes, the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, sir.